Maybe. Oh my gosh, I'm live. I just sat here and watched the wheel spin for like 15 minutes before. Oof. YouTube is like changing some stuff. On the TV now, if you're watching a live video and you click the live, the chat doesn't have a background. I'm looking over here because I'm used to the camera being over here. The chat doesn't have a background, so it's like transparent. Which is like, it's cool, but also some of the things might be a little hard to read, but it's fine. So I had an idea of something to do earlier today, but I forgot what it was. It was something to do with the dice or like heads or tails and then some extra stuff. But something that was on my mind to do, because I've been wanting to do in all signs for a hot second. Body, mind, spirit. Playfulness beyond illusion. I'm going to run through the zodiacs. I'm shuffling up all the decks right now. And I'm just going to pull off the top, or if I feel somewhere in the middle, I guess. However we get them is how we get them. But I'm going to run the zodiac. Of course, I'm going to... I'll run through the zodiac backwards. Why not? I was going to say, like, I'm not going to, like... I'm going to just have Siri or Bixby, like, pick a number. But... no. So for the mind, I'm using the Oceans in Tarot. For the body, I'm using the Santa Muerte. I only have the tiny deck, so I'm using the small. I would use the Antique Anatomy Tarot, but the Santa Muerte is a little bit more. As I've been shuffling these decks, gorgeous energies are coming up with the Ace of Cups. And the Santa Muerte at the cut, it was the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. I just shuffled. It was the Ace of Cups and the Four of Wands. So, hey, Sandra, how are you doing? And it's interesting because the Ace of Pentacles has been coming out like crazy. Oh, speaking of the Ace of Pentacles coming out like crazy, there it is. The Bread of Life with the Outlaw, the Hanged Man, which is Neptune or Pisces. Jupiter is about to retrograde back into... I think Jupiter is actually already in Pisces. I don't know if it's going to go far enough to exactly conjunct Neptune. But Neptune is pretty late Pisces, so it's probably going to be at least a... it's conjuncting in some way. For the and the Spirit Keepers Tarot. I didn't get it until I read it. I was like, I feel like for the Spirit, I want to use the SKT because it's my most like whatever. But in my mind, I was always saying like SKT. I wasn't saying I'm using the Spirit Keepers Tarot for Spirit. And I couldn't decide which one I'm going to use, so I'm going to use both. And maybe in using both, it'll give us some eclipse vibes, work. It feels like everything was so, just kind of like in life, everything was so like busy, crammed. And then like a week ago, all of a sudden, I get off work on time, I come home, I have time to do stuff. Life has been a roller coaster, not in a terrible way. Scorpio season has been interesting, not in a terrible way. And I guess I come out of it with, and we're not even all the way out of it, with a little bit of clarity, with a lot of bit of clarity on what my next step is going to be. I'm coming out with drive and motivation, and now I have time to actually do stuff after work. And I've already gotten the ball rolling in a way that feels really, really good and very exciting. And again, exactly what I want. But I didn't think it was here. Which has kind of sort of been one of the things this later half of the year. Basically since like August. It's been like, you don't have to go anywhere to get what you want. I was like, okay. So that's all of this. Archangel of Glory with the Scarlet Shield. King of Wands, Queen of Swords. Okay. So I'm using the Spirit Keepers Tarot as the body. As the spirit. These are shuffled. I'm using, and again, we have two sides. I don't know if it's because the lunar eclipse is coming. I left work. I've been seeing the moon lately. I only see the moon when it's not full because apparently, like every time there's a full moon, it's cloudy. I saw it for a hot second when I came back. I think last time I came home and I pulled out my phone. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the moon, and then the clouds started rolling in. I was like, fine. And I feel like the moon has been looking like extra big for a hot second. And I know we haven't been having super moons for a hot minute. I think the last one of the year was in like May or something like that. Maybe not. But it looks or feels bigger for some reason, like it's drawn closer, I guess. Maybe it's the power of its influence increasing. Especially in a time of only like great uncertainty, but in a time where we wish for many things to be illuminated, but not necessarily illuminated in like a sun way, illuminated in like a come out of the dark type of way, almost. Anyway, maybe it'll be relevant. We'll see. I've been like watching like Eve, and basically the people that I've been really inspired lately by readers who can like upload videos that are not 3 hours long. No promises, no guarantees. I mean, at 12 signs, if I give every sign 10 minutes, that's already 120 minutes, which is 2 hours. So everyone's getting 2 minutes. I'm going to show you the cards. You're going to interpret them. I will now be silent. And I'm just going to boom, 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 boom. Taurus, boom, 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 boom. Gemini, boom, 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 boom. And you can pause the video. I'm kidding. I feel like I'm in like a super, I guess it kind of hit me earlier today too. A very like silly mood. I mean, it's come and gone. It's predominantly a fairly like silly, singy, whistly, hummy, very musical mood I've been in for the past. Oh snap! Okay, well, it's fine. Anyway, for the past hot second, I want to shuffle this one more time. I feel like the Wild Unknown Alchemy is actually shuffling pretty well today. I don't remember it shuffling this well or this easily before, but it's also new, so maybe I've worn it down a little bit. And I said I wasn't going to use Bixby or Siri, but I also don't think I'm going to go straight back in order. So I'm just going to go for a sign. I really want to use Bixby or Siri to keep it random. I will, because I get to change my mind. My phone is like a little too small sometimes. Can I like full screen print add to? No. Oh, text size. There we go. Let's make it 20 to make it easier to read. Not that it's extremely difficult, it's just like small. Let's change this back to 20. So I kind of want to start with Taurus. I am going to start with Taurus. Hey, Taurus, we're going to start you. I just saw 936. 369. Combinations of 3 and 6 and 9 have also been a thing. As well as like 1333 or 7444. Or like, anyway, it doesn't matter. Taurus, we're starting with you. I'm feeling it. Maybe it's because the North Node is in your sign. Maybe it's because we just had that solar eclipse in your sign. It doesn't matter. Taurus is coming in first today. So let's start with the spirit, and I'll pull both of them. You have the conservator, sun and Capricorn, and the shining flame. 1 second. Taurus. The Four of Pentacles and the Knight of Wands, which is interesting because these two together, it makes it feel like there's something that you're like fighting to protect. I guess you don't have to be fighting. The Four of Pentacles has a very like homey energy, very like fourth house. Ooh, are we getting into astrology today? And the shining flame, I don't know if it's necessarily. It feels like the Four of Pentacles is a reason. It's almost like a why. If you've ever heard of someone say like, know what your why is. And it's like why you do what you do. Hey Holly, how you doing? I'm doing. I don't know. I know there are some days when I'll be like walking, I'll take my break at work and I'm like, oh, like I'm feeling these energies or whatever. But then I'll be like, I feel like I've already said anything and everything that I could say related to this, so I don't really feel a need to come on and do anything. So been living life day by day. Good sometimes. There have been challenges that have come up and I surrendered to the challenge. I have a moment, I make a choice, there's a breakthrough, I get an opportunity to live that breakthrough, and then it's like I feel like the needle is like, it's almost like you know how if you like slam on the acceleration, how it'll like jump when you're like really driving. It feels like the needle is kind of jumping. Anyway, I'm doing all right. How are you? I hope you're well. The Four of Pentacles is the why. And then this shining flame is whatever. So it's like, I don't know, it's just like knowing why you do what you do. So if it's like, if you are currently, whatever you desire, if you're desiring a new career path, it's almost like the Four of Pentacles is like, let's say like you have a family. So you want a job that's going to pay enough for, like, let's say that the Four of Pentacles is your family. And since your family is your why, it's almost like everything you do is almost like centered around that. So in the professional space, in the leisure relaxation space, in every space, it's like, maybe it's like, you know, I want my family to have whatever, like I want them to have a good time. Like there's a certain experience that someone in my family wants to have, or I want to have this experience as a family. So we're going to do that. And it's like, it's a why. Is it the reason behind the rhyme or the rhyme behind the reason? So, hey, glad to hear it. Now that you say that, I do remember you mentioning last time feeling like you had an apple on top of your head. So, I'm glad that whoever was behind the bow didn't miss. What's interesting is, though, Taurus, that this is coming up in the spirit. Because this comes up in the spirit, that makes this a lot deeper. But because this is coming up in the spirit, it also brings through a thread of like purpose or mission, if you will. I feel like I like purpose slightly better than mission because the emphasis is on the why. And it feels like purpose, it feels like mission is very like specific in a set way, like doing, like going to the grocery store at 7:07 p.m. on the dot, by riding my bicycle down this street, making this turn and that turn. Like there are so many details when it comes to mission. And with the shining flame, with this Knight of Wands, it's not anything in particular. your mind. Wow! Wow! I've just got triggered. I'm triggered. I mean, I'm a Taurus moon and rising, but even if I wasn't, I would still be triggered. It's laziness. Wow. After we're talking about all this drive, it's the Nine of Water. It's the Nine of Water, and it's the Osho Zen Tarot. And so, in a very sort of Osho, in a very, I'm assuming, Osho way, I can see it being like to have one's desires met or to feel fulfilled in life would make one lazy. Because if you have everything that you want, what would motivate you to go and do anything else? You know what I mean? But it's the Nine of Water. And instead of laziness, I think there is a sort of this is actually interesting. Um, Thank you. I've been wearing them for like maybe 2 weeks now. Instead of laziness, it feels like it's reading as choosing your battles, but it's also reading as like there's an intentionality with perspective here. Now, if that intentionality and perspective is used in a certain type of way that promotes or leads to stagnation, then yes, it would be laziness, right? And it's because there's all this broken glass, but the person themselves, like, they're sitting on the throne of broken glass, but they're looking comfortable, very colorful. This checkerboard pattern on the floor makes me think of the High Priestess and Justice. There are some major arcana cards that it feels like that checkered pattern is sort of like present. So my best friend's fiance got these for me in India years ago. So what they are exactly, I don't know, but there you go. You can see them a little closer now. People are always like, "Is it like Halloween decorations?" Yeah, because that's the holiday. They'd be like, "Oh, are those like Christmas ornaments or something?" And I'm like, they're just. I didn't pull a deck to clarify, but I probably won't need it. Let's move over to the body. The body is the Seven of Cups. Now, this fits the energy perfectly because, again, it's not specific. It's very, like with that Knight of Wands, it's very, very, very open. But with that Four of Pentacles, again, like it's knowing why you do what you do or having a purpose and a reason behind, like some driving or motivating factor is there. And so, like with Seven of Cups options, so we're probably going to have to mind, spirit, mind, body this in a way. So there's this spirit, and then there's the body, and then there's the mind that there's the mind that connects the spirit and the body. There's the mind that exists in between. Your alchemical card is Scintillate, Sparks of Light. Now, this is a card that's shown up all the time. This could very well be like Taurus North Node energy. Um, oh, wait. I have technology. That's what it says to you. The game of life and how to play it. Oh, okay. I'm gonna give me 1 second to help everyone out and myself. No fancy, whatever, just a simple little Taurus will do. Boom, cute work. And it's like perfectly positioned. I like the size, don't have to change it. It feels like laziness is appropriate. How do I phrase it? It feels like there doesn't need to be great effort exerted right now. It feels like there is an energy because, like, the Four of Pentacles grounds that Knight of Wands energy. And because it's both grounded and dynamic, it feels very almost like, I want to say whole or complete because I can't think of another way to communicate it. But like this sparks of light, like again, like with this Nine of Water, it doesn't feel like anything great needs to be done. It's just like, as you're navigating life right now or whenever this applies, just keep in mind like what's important to you. And it feels like there are going to be things that get you away from it. There are going to be things that get you closer to it. And there are going to be things that sort of like keep you in line with it. So you don't get any closer and you don't get any further. But it feels like there could be something that sprouts in that tension in between them. Something that can be born in that space. So yeah, Taurus, I guess just like, if you don't already have a why, it would be a great time to um, think about what's really important to you. If you've been encountering challenge in life, maybe in some way that will help you know what's important. And I think that's another thing with this almost like laziness energy. It's like, it's almost like knowing when and where to invest your energy, but it's just like some things don't matter, right? It's like, what's the use of crying over broken glass? What's the use of crying over spilled milk? And, shout out to the Rare Gazelle, because Reem is the one that told me that broken glass is actually a symbol of prosperity and abundance, like of an incoming abundance. Because usually, or like typically before, I had always heard like, oh, if you break glass, it's like bad luck or whatever. And I told her one day, and she was like, oh, well, like for me, like that's a symbol of like abundance, incoming abundance. And again, like that fits this energy perfectly. Also, with all of this broken glass, I think if you hold on to the knowing of what's important in life, because I don't know if there's going to be like a tower moment. I know we're kind of sort of like in that, we're still in like, we're headed towards the lunar eclipse. I don't know if there's like a stormy tower like energy, but it feels like if you can hold on to what's important, it's almost like there are things, it feels like you're in a period of transition and there are things that are going to phase out that aren't important. And so if you can keep your eye on what is important, it feels like it'll be easier to let those things go. Because again, that's the space, right? The things that don't get you any closer, but they don't get you any further. And there's something born in the tension between those two. It's very much like, if one thing goes, don't automatically try to find something to quickly fill it, because there may be something coming to you that's going to occupy the space that's being created right now. And it feels like, again, like having that why, knowing what's important, it's going to make it easier to let a certain space be open. And it's also going to make it easier to, because like there's a nesting energy too, it's going to make it easier to let yourself be guided in directions, or it's going to be easier to make choices and decisions or to pursue things that are going to support that or harmonize with that change when it comes in. And it's very like there's this greater sort of plan energy. So it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous energy. And again, like the fact that like knowing your why came out in spirit, like that's super interesting. Because I would think that that would come out in like the mind as we try to make sense of things, or maybe even the body. But for that to come out in spirit means that like there's something huge, like life altering feels like it would be an understatement. Whew. Okay. Taurus. You done? I never timestamped you, Taurus. Wow. All I did was type Taurus in my phone. I didn't even do a timestamp. I was like, yeah, that's a good size. I like that size. Size 20, sure. Okay, so I think it's been like roughly, I'll say like 15 minutes. I'll go back and tighten that timestamp later. I want to do Aquarius next. I don't know if we'll run through all the fixed signs. We're going to say 2650 for you, Aquarius. I guess Saturn is in Aquarius right now. I'm trying to think why Aquarius. Maybe I don't have to think too hard on why Aquarius, but I am intrigued. I am interested to know. Actually, I'm going to keep these all together, and then we'll put them back together at the end. Aquarius, what's going on with Aquarius? Aquarius feels like if Taurus is this subconscious awareness or this intuitive feeling that something is happening, changing, or moving, it almost feels like Aquarius is the thing. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We're going to work backwards for you, Aquarius, because that's how I'm feeling it. This card was on the top of the deck when I pulled it out because it was the final message from the last time I did this. And it is Spiritus Rector, the benevolent guide. So if Aquarius ain't the thing, Aquarius is guiding the thing in. Aquarius, you are the water bearer, correct? So there's something coming in on the water? Question mark. What is water though? Well, there's definitely. Oh no, this is like ether. Oh, hold up, I can't see. Okay, I was like, I can't see my screen. There's like. This is making me think of spirit. It's making me think of ether. And I can't remember if this came into my mind earlier at work or not, but it's coming into my mind now. It did. It did come into my mind earlier. Water. When I was at work. Because I feel like because of the mysticality of Libra season, like that water fire connection and how there was a card that I saw recently. I know it's the Magician and the Tarot Apocalypsis. And the Magician and the Tarot Apocalypsis talks about how heavenly fire, like fire in the upper world, is water in the middle world. Like it's fire up above, but it's water on earth. And there was a card that I saw. I feel like it was the World or something like that. And it was like, no, it's Temperance. It's the card of Temperance. Because Temperance, the angel, is pouring water between two cups, but has the glyph of fire on its chest. And with Libra season, everything was like, especially with water and fire, it's like how fire can lead to opportunities for more water. And it's like, and then I talked about it in a video recently. It's like, if you want more earth physical stuff, sometimes you have to come up with an airy, logical plan to make that happen. And then it was like, well, I feel like water as an element or as a function of air. One second. Sorry. Is also a thing. I kind of want some. So anyway, it feels like this sits in between the four elements for Aquarius. This is interesting, Aquarius, because it feels like with Aquarius being the water bearer, it feels like the jug is, it's like, it feels like what's inside of the jug is this pure ether. But since we expect for water to come out of it, it manifests as water as it makes the transition between those two worlds or dimensions, from the upper world to the middle world. It's fire in the upper world, but it's water in the middle world. And then maybe it's something else in the lower world. And who knows, right? So it's almost like it. Why do I do these? It's fine. It feels like there's an ability to not only bear water, but to bear earth or fire or any element. But to do that, it feels like Aquarius, it feels like you would be in a position or in a time of like, it is a time of great change, but it isn't necessarily because of anything outside of you. It feels like what can stand to change the most is something within you. And it's the challenge of any fixed sign. It can be, but it doesn't feel like, because like it doesn't necessarily feel like you change. In essence, it feels like your essence is still the same, right? Whatever's inside of the jug is still what's in the jug, but it's what comes out of the jug that's different. So it feels like there is some kind of like flexibility or fluidity, and that's what water is. That's needed. But it almost feels more just like did you get a new icon, Steph? I was like, who is that? How you doing, Steph? Hi, sorry. You shocked me. Hello. I know it's been a little bit. I've been living life. Um, it's Scorpio season did not come to play this year, but it feels like it's because there's the potential for something great. And Patrick, knowing Patrick, does not want to miss it because I've done that enough. So it feels like it's just a different manifestation of Aquarius, but Aquarius is still Aquarius. This is like super interesting. Oh, so Aquarius in the body, you have judgment. Judgment is Resurrection Day. I mean, so I feel like that affirms that like it's not necessarily inside. It's not necessarily. Uh, this is judgment. It feels like there's something. I want to say unlocking, but awakening is also accurate. Something being reborn. I don't know if reborn is necessarily the word because like it feels like it's being birthed for the first time, but it doesn't. Like it reads like it's being birthed for the first time, but it doesn't feel like it. But also, I don't necessarily know if you within this context would. It's with the F, STEF. Sorry. With this context, what is it? What are these energies? I'm only like 2 signs in. And it feels like on a soul level, like this wouldn't be anything new for Aquarius. But within the incarnation of Aquarius, it feels like something that's never been done before. So because of that, well, there you go. Oh, littleness. Okay, sorry. I just like my brain just jumbled some of those letters. Um, oof, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. It's fine. Let's move on to the mind. Wow. Hold up. Yeah, this is the four of water, but it makes me think of the four of air. This is Aquarius. This is like high key kind of wild. No, you're fine, Steph. You're completely fine. It's not you. Um, I like that. I like that sync happened. So the mind is turning in. I love that the mind is turning inward first and foremost. But just like like the imagery on this card, girl, what is Aquarius doing right now? I'm starting to get like chills. Like I feel like if any of you have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, like it's almost like it's like reaching some kind of avatar state where like you get to see like your previous incarnations or something. Not quite necessarily like specifically. Um, but with this turning in on the mind, a mind turning in feels like a mind imploding, but it feels like as it implodes upon itself, it emerges in the space of the all. It's almost like it's turning it inside out, and then as it's like unfolding on the other side, it's like unfolding on the other side. Um, this for the mind, it feels like it makes judgment in the body a lot easier. Another thing that I like about judgment in the space of the body is that it feels like the body just naturally flows with it. The body just naturally flowing with it doesn't mean that you won't experience growing pains because bodies naturally grow, but as they grow, sometimes things hurt. You know what I mean? As they stretch and whatever. But it feels like there's a flow in the body that's really nice, because it seems like a lot of times the body can be what bottlenecks certain things. It'll slow everything else down, but it feels like the body is flowing too. So the revelation spirit is the captor, Jupiter and Gemini, the Eight of Swords. Peep the lunar eclipse in the sky, Gemini. I mean, Aquarius, sorry. The revelation, Vitruvian spirit is the Two of Swords. Moon in Libra, Jupiter in Gemini, and you're Aquarius. Both of these energies trying you. So you have the Moon and Jupiter set up to assist you. Now, the thing about the Eight of Swords and the SKT in particular, oh my gosh, Temperance! In the Spirit Keeper's Tarot, the person who's tied up in the Eight of Swords is the angel in Temperance. And in the Temperance card, you can see some of the ropes that have been cut as she's been freed, right? It's interesting because, again, even starting here, like this energy of temperance, water is fire, is earth, is air, and it all comes from spirit. It's all different manifestations of the same energy, vibrating at different frequencies and taking on different forms, but in essence, it's all one. And then your brain imploding and emerging in the space of the one. And the thing I like, the thing that I like about the, oh goodness, darn it, I dropped the Two of Swords. The thing that I like about the blind seer with the eye of God in the sky, this Two of Swords in particular, and some of them do, instead of it being a card of indecision, it's a card of deferring to the divine. It's almost like a his will be done energy. It's like instead of seeing things with your own two eyes or seeing things in your limited human perspective, it's not seeking counsel. Well, yeah, I guess it is. It's seeking counsel from a higher power, or it's being open to hearing the voice of the higher power. But it feels like with this lunar eclipse, like this is when somebody is gonna like spring the angel free. The captor, the Eight of Swords, she about to be broke out, and you can see. I mean, are the clouds blowing into? It feels like the clouds are like blowing away, and the moon shines, and that is the signal. Somebody's like, "We're doing this right now." I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I'm just here, apparently witnessing and experiencing. This is wild, Aquarius. Are they all going to be this crazy? Oh, well, look at all these. So it feels like this turning in of the mind is occurring with the Vitruvian spirit. And this, I don't want to say prison break. You hope so. I kind of hope not. Sorry. I mean, it will be what it will be, but uh, it feels like this judgment is coming for the captor. And so I don't know. It could be like there's almost this like someone was incorrectly sentenced. But the thing about the captor, it is, I'll just give the analogy. I'm not going to say what it's reading like. You can probably guess it. It's very like there's corruption that existed in an organization or in a body. And it was because, well, I can't remember if that was Taurus or if that was for you. I think it was for you. No, that might have been before I started all of this. I think that was before I started all of this. Or was it for you when I was talking about them like a moon. It's a lunar illumination, not a solar illumination, because we're looking for something to come out of the dark. But it's like there's corruption that existed in a certain place, and so someone was falsely accused of something. Whoever was supposed to defend that person, either they went in with an understanding that of their part in exposing the corruption, or they were told before a verdict was issued. And it's like, you're going to be, or maybe they aren't even aware of it because it's something that you got to turn in, and it gets into the whole pre-incarnation contracts and stuff like that. But that territory. Um, but it's almost like the fact that this person was wrongly accused, convicted, and then held. It's like that provides, somehow the corruption gets exposed because of that. And so that's why, like, when judgment comes, because again, like, it feels like the lunar eclipse in the sky is the signal that it's time to free the captor. But like, look at all the people who show up in judgment. That's why it feels like something huge is revealed, and it's like something on this grand of a scale wouldn't have been able to, I don't know. It's not like a sacrificial lamb, but if we bring this all the way down, um, as you navigate the changes within yourself that you're navigating, and as you are in a space of allowing yourself to be who it is that you truly are, number one, or as you are in a space of allowing yourself to change, or the expression of yourself to change, but while the essence of yourself remains the same, you're going to be able to see how certain things, probably more unfavorable situations in life that you faced in the past, how it all set you up to ultimately succeed in the end. Either that, or somebody who was working against you, like, they're going to be exposed or whatever. But with the turning in of the mind and with the Two of Swords, again, it's like, I don't know if you've always had like a nagging feeling that even, it's like things ultimately work out for the better. Maybe it's not something that you've always had. Maybe it's something that you've acquired sort of like recently ish. I am Steph. I mean, I say I am, but we'll see. We'll see. Sandra. um, it's almost like, it makes me think of the Ten of Wands in the Pride Tarot, about how someone who experienced so much difficulty in life one day made a trek up the mountain of the gods. And it's like, the strongest warriors have the most difficult of paths, and you were given this path because you can sort of take it. But it's like, it's because of like, it feels like, as extreme as everything is, the ends do justify the means in some way. And I feel like that's a bold claim to make, honestly, not gonna lie. I feel like that's a very bold claim to make. Um, but maybe that's how you're gonna feel on the other side of whatever. Maybe you'll feel like the ends justify the means. Like, everything that you went through, everything that you experienced to get where you are, to have what you'll have, or to find what you are finding, maybe you'll think it's worth it. And maybe you'll be able to see. I don't necessarily like that energy personally all the time, but it's like, maybe you'll either be in a position to help other people, or you'll be in a position to see, um, it feels like it's something that impacts more than just you. But again, at the same time, like it's not necessarily your responsibility to do anything for anybody else. And so if you do, then it feels like it's almost out of I don't know, it just maybe I'm projecting a little right here. But it doesn't feel like obligatory. It feels like it's something done out of kindness. You know what I mean? And so if you can pretty much piece together the energy that totally feels like that, I don't want to say. No, that's Capricorn. Okay, anyway, never mind. Speaking of Capricorn, sure, let's do Capricorn next, because why not? If I ever get to a point where I don't know what sign I'm going to do, then I will ask an assistant. That was interesting, Aquarius. I feel like that goes. These have been deep so far. 51, 40, Capricorn, 51, 40. Yeah, because we're already an hour in. Capricorn, we'll start in your mind. What's going on in the mind of Capricorn? I mean, the mind of Capricorn feels like what you think that the mind of Capricorn feels like. I mean, I haven't pulled the card yet, but just going off of my, you know, it's like got somewhere to go, got something to do, got a place to be. But I don't know what scale it's on. If it's anything like, we'll just see. We're just gonna see. First, I'm gonna breathe, Capricorn, because maybe you goats can survive in the thin air up the mountains, but I need a breath. I'm glad I took that breath because it feels like there's a clarity from your vantage point that you have, Capricorn. I don't know if it's because the air is so thin that all of the oxygen that would go to bad ideas and those neuron paths that don't go anywhere, they're starved of oxygen, so your brain prioritizes the ones that something is gonna come of. You know what I mean? Your brain's like, we don't have enough oxygen to feed a brain cell that's not gonna come up with a good idea. So, you know. But anyway, it does feel like there's a certain element of clarity. Maybe it's because of that clarity that you're actually in a space. See, there's that, like, it feels like there's this, like, purpose just like sprinkled on everything so far. Oh, well, maybe you made it to the top of the mountain, Capricorn. I also love how, like, all of this is water so far. This is the third water card in a row. It's the Three of Water, which is celebration. But they're celebrating like in the storm. Like you can see the rain pouring down. You can see like the leaves blowing, the little flower petals. For you, Capricorn, it also feels like fulfillment, which I kind of like. I kind of love. Because if I follow the train of where we started to where we are now, it either feels like you found your niche or you're about to or you're in the process of finding it. It feels like you being recognized and appreciated it feels like not only is it you being recognized and appreciated for your innate talents, gifts, traits, and abilities, but it also feels like you're being challenged in a way. But it feels like that challenge leads to fulfillment. Like the celebration here, it feels like endorphins when you've been working out. It feels like a runner's high. It feels like when you go too high up the mountain too fast and you get a little loopy from the lack of oxygen, or when you go back down the mountain a little too fast and oxygen just floods your brain and you're just like, woo, yeah. Maybe not. It feels like challenging but rewarding. It feels like it's like there's a level of presence here in the mind, and but again, it's linked to like that clarity that is also paired with, like, it feels like if you work at a job, it feels like you work a job that you feel fulfilled in. You're appreciated, you're told, like, you can see the impacts of your work and you're told how much you're appreciated. um, if it's like relationships, it's like there were relationships that you had with people in the past that would sort of nitpick, criticize, or like try to change a certain aspect about you, or you just didn't feel like those aspects were appreciated in those relationships. But now you find yourself in a relationship where that it's at the least appreciated, if not admired, if not encouraged, if not like that's it's almost like you are exactly what something or someone needed, and you met that just by being you, maybe by being more you than you've ever been before. Wait. So in the spirit of Capricorn, we have the Empress and the Lovers. You got the Empress, you got the Lovers, you got the Three of Cups, Three of Water. Capricorn's feeling good, looking gorgeous. The Empress, like, if the Empress is abundance and prosperity and like all of that stuff, if the Lovers is choices and decisions, it's choices and decisions that promote that propagate that abundance and prosperity. If the Lovers is compatible energies, it's compatible energies that don't diminish, take away from, or leech off of the Empress. But it's again like there's a very harmonious, cooperative sort of like vibe around you right now. And maybe again, because like this celebration is happening in the middle of a storm, right? I don't know if Capricorn caused the tower moment or if Capricorn was in a tower and it's like those who can't vibe, those who won't thrive, those who ain't surviving will fall by the wayside. And those who remain party on the top of the world. Because I don't like it, almost goes back to Taurus with that feeling of like purpose, or with the feeling of like it's not necessarily knowing your why though. Well, I feel like Capricorn, maybe you knowing your why is like it's almost like it's built into you, right? Maybe like for a hot minute or for as long as you've known or can remember everything you've done, even if you didn't know exactly why, it's almost like everything's been towards a certain goal, or everything's been sort of like building on top of itself or building on top of each other to get somewhere, to do something, right? In the body, you have the Wheel of Fortune. What is going on with Capricorn? Capricorn, when did you get so gorgeous? What? The only minor arcana card you have so far is the Three of Cups. In the mind, if the mind is what connects the body and the spirit, it's in a place of joyful celebration. Of And another thing about the Three of Cups is it's an energy of community that doesn't require the sacrifice of difference. It's not like a forced assimilation in a way that is like covert or subtle. But again, like that plays off of that energy of appreciation. You being appreciated for all that you are, for all that you have to bring, for all that you have to offer. You being in a space to appreciate others for the same. Great minds think alike. Two heads are better than one. Many hands make light work. And it's interesting because I think the last video, it was like warning many paths ahead. That one, there was an energy of like a collective that was individualizing so that overall the group is better, right? It's like how you have the worker bees and then the other bees and everything else. Whew. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised to see like, what is it, Splendor Solace as your alchemy card? Because this in like Capricorn is gorgeous, gorgeous. Capricorn also doesn't necessarily feel like it's extremely easy to access because again, it's something very like. But that's the thing about mountains is that they can give you a certain clarity once you get to the top. You get a different like surveyal perspective layout of the land. And so there almost is a certain element of disconnection. There's an element of distance, but it's not necessarily disconnected. Oh, well. So you didn't get Splendor Solace. You got Uranus. You got Uranus. Speaking of Taurus's broken glass, look at what you did. You took Taurus's broken glass of laziness and you turned it into art. In the SKT, this is also, I mean, not just in the SKT. Uranus is also the Fool. It's air or Uranus. It's also like Aries and other things, but in the SKT, on one of the hands in the Seeker, on the hand in the Seeker in the SKT is the glyph for Uranus. And I don't I've only seen this representation of Uranus in this card right here and in the SKT. But what's so, I guess, interesting about this is it's almost like the glyph for Uranus. It makes sense. Oh my gosh. It's the Sun and Mars. It's maybe that's why Uranus can be a little bit of a rebel. It's the Sun and Mars. And it's funny because before I started this, I pulled up YouTube. I was watching, I sat here for a hot second before I went live, just watching different videos. And I passed like 10 hours of pure white screen, 48 hours of pure white screen, like, go live, go live. But anyway, there was this ad. The first video was like this ad, and it said something about power being bittersweet. And it's like, well, power doesn't have to be bittersweet. I think it's number one in how we define power. I think it's number two, how people in positions of power or how people who feel that they're in positions of power treat other people. And then number three, it's a satisfaction of ego. Like if you're not ego driven, like that's why I love the Empress here instead of the Emperor. Not that an emperor couldn't also be whatever. But it's like, again, like it feels like your why is ingrained in you to some extent. I mean, we're all human, okay? But it's like if there was something that you had to prove, you will always be proving. If power to you is correlated to wealth, you will always be amassing money. If power to you is having other people under you, you'll always be like putting people down or using people or making sure that that dynamic is like this is what power is. But again, your energy, it's distant, but it's not disconnected. And so it's a power that doesn't need to exert itself. It's a power that doesn't have to be seen to be acknowledged or something like that. And it's funny because Uranus is in Taurus right now, but Pluto is in Capricorn. And I don't even know if Uranus and Pluto are going to trine while Pluto is still in Capricorn. Because I know it's like it's going to make its transit into Aquarius and then it's going to retrograde back into Capricorn and then it's go. I know Russell said a few times that I think a few times it's going to go between Capricorn and Aquarius. Uranus is about almost halfway through Taurus. So maybe at the later degrees, again, I don't know how tight that conjunction window is going to be between Uranus and Taurus and Pluto and Capricorn, but it feels like there's an element of connection there. Capricorn, you're gorgeous. And maybe this is one of those things. It's like when you realize how gorgeous you are, when you reach a point of like not minimizing or settling or compromising that which cannot be compromised. Like we should be flexible and able to compromise with other people. Yeah, sure. But when we compromise with other people, we shouldn't necessarily be forced to have to like compromise our morality, our ethics, our integrity, or to compromise on things that are core to who we are, right? And it's like again, the Three of Cups is here, so it's where compromise is possible, where compromise exists, but that compromise doesn't come at detriment to the individuals who participate in the dynamic. But it's almost like, I mean, it feels like as you come into a firm understanding of who you are, and as you learn where and how you can, like where you can wiggle and how you can make that movement happen, you start to attract, bring into your life, meet, encounter people, opportunities that support you, that like support your energy, that you can then in turn support. So this Wheel of Fortune is actually interesting because it feels like it's actually like the further in that you are, the more momentum that wheel gets. And that wheel, honestly, like it's reading like a chakra center. It's like once it picks up a certain velocity, once it's spinning so fast, then it lights up. One of the chakra centers, a star and a constellation of stars. Yeah, you're a star in a constellation of stars. And again, with it be like with the glyph of Uranus being that Sun and Mars energy, it makes so much sense. But I think a lot of times when it comes to the Sun and Mars and us being people, it gets really easy. It can be really easy to have a Sun, Mars, Uranus energy that isn't a reflection of who or what we truly are. It becomes the embodiment of what we try to project into the world or what we desire from it. I mean, the Empress is here, like full of substance. Full of substance. I'm loving these so far. Okay, Capricorn. And I think I can leave it there. I just heard the Rob inside of my mind just told me like it's like you can have a good reading and just like leave it there. Like you ain't gotta go looking for something that ain't there. Don't go looking for problems. Because it doesn't really feel like there are that many. And again, it feels like a lot of it stems from a level of clarity that you get by being you in your environment. And I love the Three of Cups with that. Like that Capricorn, like that's a gorgeous energy for a Capricorn. But the pessimistic realist in me, like it feels like it's not the easiest to exist in because of like the how healthy the ego is in that dynamic, and because how much does it need to be exerted over other people because of that Three of Cups, honestly. And not only because of having that dynamic with other people, but having that dynamic with the self. And then like there is the element of like coming like fated encounters and like coming across people, magnetizing yourself to attracting in individuals and opportunities that align with that. But it feels like so too it's like um woo, you get to be with your grandbabies again. It feels like I saw your email stuff, but I forgot to reply. When you said that, it just reminded me of your email. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess it's an unfortunate thing for people, but if you're a Capricorn and that resonated, congratulations, girl or guy, dude. If you have another pronoun that ain't girl, guy, dude, Capricorn, congratulations, Capricorn. You resonate with that because there's like such a subtle but strong power in that energy. And it does feel like it feels like Capricorn is in a leadership position or Capricorn has an ability to guide because of its clarity of perspective, because of the clarity granted by its perspective, granted by its very nature. But again, it's not like a dominating sort of energy. It doesn't have to elevate itself above others. And so it's very like round table energy. The knight sat at a round table because no one was at the head and no one was at the tail. They were all equals. They all brought something to the table and it was all appreciated. So, who's next? I want to say Gemini. Don't know why, but we're going to go Gemini. Oh, oof, no, I'm not doing Gemini and Sagittarius at the same time. No way. Maybe I'll do like two for Gemini. You know, because there's like two twins. Gemini. One for, we'll just say 115. Oh my gosh, I'm only 4 signs in and it's already over an hour. 115. We'll see how many of these I get to. Maybe I'll do, if I don't finish it today, it probably ain't getting done, honestly, if I'm being real honest. So we'll say that if you're watching this in post, you'll know exactly how many of the signs that I got to. If you're here with me live, we're together. I want to start with the mind of Gemini, but I'm not going to start with the mind of Gemini. Although the Pisces in me loves the mind of a Gemini. Maybe it's my Gemini South Node that makes me love Gemini so much. And not the Pisces in me, but the Pisces in me, I feel like being a Pisces can understand Gemini being a Gemini, but like Pisces in a Piscean way, Gemini in a very Gemini way. You know what I mean? Different modalities, but similar in method. I know they're the same modality. They're both mutable. Anyway. Yeah. Hold up. Oh, Uranus. I was like, wait, did I get Capricorn's alchemy card? I did. All right. It feels very like when I saw your email stuff, it made me think of the village in the Wild Unknown Archetypes card. And I think it's on one of the sides. It might be on the right side. I don't remember. But it said, like, at one point we leave the village, but at a certain point we go back. And so maybe everything that you needed. Gemini, I'm sorry. I just looked at one of Gemini's cards. I was actually going to ask for assistance on picking the next sign. The title cards have different backs in this deck. Gemini, you got a title card. And I was like, I don't want to pick like which sign gets the title card, but I wasn't even paying attention. In Gemini, you get it. But yeah, when you go as new stuff. So I hope it's a wonderful experience for you. Let's just go. Let's just follow it. Girl. Oh my gosh. The Gardener, Saturn in Taurus. More water. Letting go. 8 of water. And the 4 of Pentacles. I'm just going to pull all your cards, Gemini. And then you got the title card in the other, in the Vitruvian SKT. Gemini. Honestly, I feel like my whole brain just went blank. Oh, there's one more card, obviously. Duh. The Alchemy card. Mortificatio. Mortification. Mortification is number 68. Whoa, Morse is this death? Mortificatio? We're gonna read Mortificatio because I don't know. Number 68. Was that? No, that. Oh. Mortifactio, mortification. Mortifactio is the great alchemical operation of darkness. What was once composed now decomposes. What was once presentable is now despicable. This stage cannot be avoided. The underworld has taken us into the dark interior of its belly, and here we reside until spring. Through the natural process of decay, we descend into depths we didn't know existed. The alchemist soon finds Mortifactio as a stage of regeneration and sacred power, where the soil is fertile and rich, offering nourishment for tomorrow. This stage cannot be rushed. The darkness must have time to do its work, to dismantle and to loosen, to free us from old scripts and stories. As we learn to surrender to this great operation, the earth churns and wisdom whispers in the dark. She envelops us with grace and the promise of what's to come. To go deeper, read the Egyptian story of Osiris. To ponder, is there anything that does not end? So, I've always heard the story of Osiris almost told from the perspective of Isis. Because this is mortifactio or mortification. It's like I don't know like if Osiris was in the underworld after he was killed. I don't know what his experience of the underworld was like. I don't know if there's something that he gained in the underworld before he was resurrected by Isis. This is almost very two wolves energy, Gemini, because it's almost like what Set and Osiris represented like chaos and order, and chaos wins out until Isis resurrects Osiris. Horus comes in and does his thing. I'm like, I don't know. Gemini, what is this? You got a title card that came out in the position of spirit. So I don't know why I thought I would be able to get what this is. It feels like there's something within you that is almost, I want to say like almost dormant. And I say that because in the body we have the person and this Four of Pentacles. And it feels like there's this, like, speaking of giants attacking a village, um, it feels like there's this very large, oh, snap. It's a Russell. I feel like that's very fitting. It feels like there's this very large person that's looking for something in the city. And it's interesting that this comes off of Capricorn's advantage perspective. It's how Capricorn's perspective gives it a certain clarity that gives it an advantage. Because for this person, it's not the same. I don't necessarily think this is Gemini. I don't know who these people are. Okay. But whatever she's looking for, she's not going to find. The reason why she's not going to find it is mortifactio. She's not going to find it because it's buried deep beneath the earth. That's why. The thing about the gardener, I did a reading recently. I can't remember. All I remember is there was like a seed that was in prehistoric times. There was a seed that was in the ground, and the seed lay dormant because the environment was never right. And somewhere, somehow, sometime, thousands, if not millions of years later, the conditions are right. And so that dormant seed activates. And on the surface, seemingly overnight, there's a giant beanstalk in the middle of the kitchen that just came out of nowhere. Because it feels like a seed that's been buried deeply. And it's going to grow with this gardener energy. It feels like the letting go is like this searching or this, because it almost feels like whatever she's doing puts stress, or it stresses the environment to the point where the seed can't like grow. And so it's almost like it's not something that can be forced out of someone. It's something that has to be like nurtured out. Like Queen of Pentacles, Empress energy would be perfect for this. Like even maybe a Six of Pentacles. I almost want to say Five of Wands for some reason, even though Five of Wands feels like, maybe it's because it's not Five of Wands in necessarily a combative sense. It's almost like the Five of Wands more in the Wild Unknown tarot, where it can be like a lack of focus because there's a lot of energy and there's a lot of different ideas, almost like the Seven of Cups. It's like a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. And so it's maybe like things are competing for your attention, sure. But it almost feels maybe a little bit more like trial and error, like doing new. I mean, you're Gemini, you can do new things, right? You can be all over the world. It's like what feels good, and it's nurturing what feels good. It's continuing to do that with the Eight of Water and the mind being letting go. Maybe it wasn't always your experience. Gemini being third house energy, Gemini being almost something about a Gemini mind feels very impressionable, and not necessarily in the light of Aquarius. Um, but it feels like it can be easy to get stuck in a certain way. Like it can be easy to think that, like, oh, this is how the world works. This is how people work. So if I want to get this, this is what I got to do to get it. It's almost like in a formative time, there wasn't necessarily a great role model, or there wasn't necessarily like a really safe environment. Ooh, girl. Now, because Mordefactio mentioned how rich and fertile the earth is, the environment has changed. Maybe it's the mind that hasn't. In the spirit, we have the gardener who, again, it's a title card, so we don't know what this gardener is growing. It's unknown. It's live life, find out. If you want to see what that seed is going to become, the only way to find out is to nurture it and is to care for it. Which is why, like, especially Queen of Pentacles, but like Queen of Pentacles, Empress energy, with their innate ability to nurture things, it feels like it would be really good for this, because it's otherwise it's like, well, if I don't know what it is, how do I know what it needs? But again, maybe that's where that like that exploration comes in, because it's like, the seed is something that's within you. And so even if it's something within you that it's unknown, you thinking and also feeling being can feel when something like nurtures that, when something grows it and promotes it, and when something decays it and destroys it and like does the opposite. Now again, the letting go in the mind needs to happen because there could be a potential like misassociation or misattribution in that formative time. So it actually, in this one, it feels like a lot of the burden falls on the mind to let go. Oh, I'm glad to see you here, Steph. What a year! What a year! Oof, and I hope, like, I know that recently times haven't been the easiest either, but hopefully Oklahoma will be nice for you. Oh, Gemini, this was it's like it reads rough, but it ain't necessarily rough. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that feels like it reads a lot rougher than what it is. Um, Also, too, it almost reads as like maybe it's one of those like, man, when I was younger, I used to be so good at drawing, or I used to be so interested in psychology, but because of life, like I wasn't able to go to art school or go to this school. I wasn't able to do this or do that, so I lost it. With Mortifactio, it doesn't feel like it's lost. It's not lost, it's just dormant. If you nurture it, it'll regrow. It's not dead. And again, it's like the soil is rich. The earth is perfectly capable. The earth is like primed for this thing to flourish now in a way it just couldn't before. This letting go is huge. Um, Something about this Four of Pentacles, though, it almost feels like the Four of Pentacles is big enough. It feels like that Four of Pentacles keeps a certain space clear so that you don't get a beanstalk in the middle of somebody's house. You know what I mean? So they don't wake up in the morning, half asleep, step out the front door, and go plummeting through the clouds, right? Because the beanstalk just took the whole house. It feels like with the Four of Pentacles, it said sacred space, didn't it? I'm pretty sure it said Mortifactio is like, maybe it said sacred power, but it's reading as a sacred space. It's reading as a space that's been protected throughout everything. Yeah, stage of regeneration and sacred power, where the soil is fertile and rich, offering nourishment for tomorrow. And that actually feels like really encouraging. Because again, it's like it's not dead, it's not missing, it's not gone. You haven't lost it. In fact, it's been protected in one way or another. It's just been waiting. And it can be said that it's like you're older and wiser and more experienced now. So this thing, whatever it is, it can become something that it wouldn't have become when you were younger, less experienced, less knowed. Because it's almost like it's a part of you and it plays off of you. Right? It's almost like if you had a wish. If you can make one wish throughout your entire life, you get one wish that will come true no matter what, no negative consequences, repercussions. No one's gonna, like, you're not gonna wish for money and then you lose somebody and you get their, like, their life insurance, right? It's not a monkey's paw wish. It's not one of those like tricky trickster energies. It's like you get one wish, it's gonna come true, no negative consequences or repercussions. And it's like, would you want to use that wish when you're 5 years old and you really want some toy that you're not even going to care about in 2 weeks because you get a new toy? Or would you wait until like you've experienced some of life? You know what you can handle, you know it's a lot for you to handle. You know things that you definitely don't want, you know some things that you do want. You have ideas of what you might like. And it's like there's a certain wisdom in like having experiences where there's something that you desire and then you find out that you didn't really want it or you don't really want it, because it feels like there's like I keep wanting to say wisdom. It feels like there's something that it teaches you. And so at the end of all that, it's like it's an energy where it's like you won't waste it. And of course that's a metaphor, right? Scold means so cold. It's been a little warmer here at the end of this week. I don't like it. I was liking the cooler weather. I'm ready to put my hoodie back on and not start to sweat. I do want to say, Gemini, it reads like you haven't even scratched the surface of your potential. And I want to say that again because in the spirit, you have the Gardener, Seven of Pentacles, with the title card. The title card in this deck in particular, it's a certificate of birth in a way. So if we're talking about birthright, if we're talking about something that you were born to do or experience or receive, it's almost like, again, like metaphor. Here's another metaphor for you. Excuse me, after a yawn. It's like having a trust fund, but not knowing that you have a trust fund. And whenever it's like when you turn 25, you're going to get an exorbitant amount of money. But for the first 25 years of your life, you live in like not necessarily abundance. You know what I mean? It's like you're no stranger to um, the struggle. But again, like with the letting go, and the Seven of Pentacles can also be an energy of conditioning. It's like when you hit 25 and when you do get that money, when you get that experience that has the potential to completely flip 180 your relationship and dynamic with physical life, um, you don't necessarily want to have the same like lack. You don't want to have the same lack consciousness. And I know lack consciousness, and it's kind of like, whatever, but I feel like it's been 50 minutes, Gemini, and I got to move on. You got to move on. What is it? It's not gone for now. It's like it's enfolded. It's A Wrinkle in Time. I was like, I know it's not the time traveler's wife, but the time traveler's wife was just like in my head. I'm like, I know it's not that movie. I haven't even seen the movie. It's like A Wrinkle in Time, where it's like it's not gone, it's enfolded. It's not dead, it's still there. And it's ready. It's waiting on you. A mind can be a great ally or a fearsome foe. And your mind more than any other. I don't know. It almost feels like you wouldn't even believe it, Gemini. Oof. Who's next? Aries? Sure. I mean, I didn't want it to come across that way, but like I just felt like there was nothing really more that I could say or do. Um, like Gemini is definitely capable. Girl, hello. There we go. Aries. We're gonna say 142.55. All right, Aries, adios. We're gonna follow. Um, we're gonna start with your Vitruvian and your alchemy, and then we'll build in from there. Oh wow, this card was just at the bottom of the deck. 55. What? Did I not timestamp you 142.55? I did. 142.55 is your timestamp, and you got card number 55 with this sun, moon, pearl, rainbow, opal, peacock feather, and the sharpshooter, Venus in Sagittarius, the Eight of Wands. Okay. Okay. Let's read this. I think I've seen this one before, and it might have mentioned a peacock's tail. Oh, goodness. Yep. Cauda pavonis. Cauda pavonis. The peacock's tail. Full vision, the spectrum, and inclusivity. The peacock's tail is a sacred image in alchemy. The mesmerizing display of tail feathers opens to mark the alchemist having shifted from single to multi-perspective. This is a great achievement. The alchemist has opened 1,000 sets of eyes instead of one. They've discarded black and white thinking and allowed the full spectrum of colors, nuances, and solutions to come into the fold. Creative solutions to complex social and political polarities can be found in this sacred space. The force field of possibilities has opened, and the alchemist has entered a new paradigm belonging to multiplicity, dimensionality, and inclusion. Utilize this perspective for positive change while it lasts. When falling back into black and white thinking, as any alchemist will do, envision the splendor of the peacock's tail. Each feather contains a shimmering universe of possibility. This is good night, Steph. Because, ooh, well, thanks for the reminder, Holly. I wish I could go to bed. Hold up, wait. I might not be able to be up too late tonight. Oh, it's only 10 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, no. I'm not going to be able to be up too late tonight, but I should still be able to make it. I took the eye off of Gemini. Can I get the rest of it? Yep. Aries. Aries. So, I guess we back on that. What the is this train? So the peacock's tail, the Carta Pavonis, is talking about multiplicity, right? And you got this 8 of Wands, which is giving me that energy of multiplicity. But everything is like moving in the same direction. There is an energy of, it's almost like directing flow here a little bit. Your other spirit card, am I going to pull both of them? I want to say yes, but I feel like I'll regret it. It's the Chariot and the Archangel Commander. So definitely like directing, giving directions, but it's not removed from the battlefield, right? Like this is an archer. Even the one up above is like poised and ready, like for it to fight, like to participate, right? Everything is participating. With the Chariot and the Archangel Commander, it feels like the same. The Archangel Commander in this deck in particular is interesting because it's a challenge to put us in our power. The Archangel Commander in some way, shape, or form issues a challenge to us to stand up for ourselves, to speak something, say something, make change, to do something, right? Maybe we go to the divine for help or we go to someone else for assistance and we don't necessarily get it and we have to do something for ourselves. In doing that, we discover something about ourselves, right? After that discovery, our dynamic and relationship with the Archangel Commander changes. From one who was reliant upon the Archangel Commander for protection to one who is trained to be able to protect themselves. And after you can protect yourself, who knows what that relationship is going to be? You know what I mean? I think there's also a certain level of like respect that is given to the Aries that can direct all of this energy. Like I would say that again, like the Archangel Commander issues the challenges there. So it's not something that is like sort of granted without warrant or favor. Hey, Aries, you are breaking the mold. The first non-water card is the Six of Rainbows, which is compromise. Capricorn talked about compromise in a way. And y'all's the goats, the ram and the goat. But this compromise, it feels like standing as equals, which is very interesting. But I guess it makes sense. Because again, like it's not removed from the battlefield, it's still there. It's not like I'm going to tell you what to do and I'm not going to do anything. It's very like anything I'm telling you to do, I have done myself, I am doing, or, you know, it's not like I'm just like full of hot air, just telling you to do this and do that. And I'm not doing anything myself. Like it's tested and it's approved and all kinds of stuff. The body is sitting in justice. So, I mean, kind of love that. And it's not, it is the energy of taking justice into your own hands, but it's not the energy of taking justice into your own hands. It's not taking justice into your own hands in the way that I feel like I've at least seen it depicted, right? Like usually when someone's like, I'm gonna take justice into my own hands, they're gonna turn into a vigilante and do all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? There's something about there's something about just like tapping into flow. Like it feels like Aries is like really good at riding the wave right now. I think justice, it's also like it affirms or confirms that whole like anything that Aries is in a position to do right now, Aries has like earned that position. Aries has already proven. You know what I mean? And so like if I were to like 3D this to ground it, like it's an energy that's like you get a pretty hefty promotion at work. And it's because like of your accomplishments and achievements. Um, it's nothing that like you don't deserve. It's nothing that you didn't earn. It's nothing that you didn't work for. It also feels though like there's a very intuitive ability for Aries to almost like Capricorn, I guess. It's almost like to just know what needs to be done. And not only is there, because it feels like a few other signs might have an ability to like intuit what needs to be done, but it feels like Aries is also doing it. You know what I mean? It's not one of those like, okay, I'm using my intuition to like spirit is telling me that the grass, it's almost like spirit is telling someone that the grass needs to be mowed, right? Spirit is saying mow the grass. And if you're like, why would spirit tell somebody to cut the grass? It's a metaphor. Spirit is telling someone to mow the grass. It feels like Aries would be the one to go and mow the grass. It feels like someone else may be like, well, Spirit told me that. So either they'll be like, Spirit told me to tell you that you need to mow the grass, or they'll just be like, Spirit told me that the grass needs to be mowed. So someone needs to go and mow the grass. But Aries is the one who, like, you get the message and you do it. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily shift or project that responsibility onto someone else. And so there is a certain level of, I guess, self awareness that would be at least beneficial to have in sort of doing that. And I think sometimes too, it can be a little bit of a sticky situation, I guess, when we run into what is collective. Because sometimes it's for us, sometimes it's for somebody else, sometimes it's for everybody. And I think sometimes if there's a certain level of like honesty, it's honesty and self awareness. It's mostly self awareness that might get us to think it's something or someone else, it's not us, or that might get us to sort of almost make it bigger. And of course, you know, that's not the point. The point is Aries is doing the thing. Okay. And because Aries is doing the thing, has been doing the thing, Aries is like when you do the thing, you get certain privileges. When you do the work, you get paid, right? You clock in, you show up, you go to work, do the work, you after a few days, you get a paycheck. Aries is collecting a paycheck. Justice says it's warranted and it's very deserved. I mean, the Archangel Commander is here, put you on a chariot himself. So, you know. And again, like Capricorn, the energy doesn't feel like it's one that is like riddled with ego. But with people being people, like it's one of those, again, it's like because the energy of compromise is here, where the energy of the Three of Cups celebration was there, it feels like that can be, it can pose as a barrier to entry. If we have anything to prove or whatever, you know what I mean? Ego's gonna do what the ego's gonna do, right? Mars is gonna be Mars. So instead of trying to make Mars something that it isn't, let's, like encourage Mars to find things like healthy outlets for its energy, right? And you're Aries, you're ruled by Mars. You're the baby of the zodiac. You're just full of pure impulse. But it's almost like it's so impulsive because it sits so close to potential. And that's what the peacock's tail said, right? It mentioned that like limitless potentiality. And if there's an energy that's sitting on limitless potential or that is sitting adjacent to limitless potential, I'm glad it's a sign that's going to do something. I'm glad it's an energy that's going to do something. I'm glad it's not a Pisces sun, Taurus moon, and rising who will just sit and ponder and not do anything. I figured I'd read myself a little bit just to, keep it fair. But my Venus is in Aries, so I've been learning to move when I got to. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad it's an energy that's going to do something with it. And there are different things for different people to do, right? Not everyone is like, don't get it twisted. Not everybody is supposed to be out mowing the grass. Sometimes the people that need to be out mowing the grass ain't by the people who knows that the grass needs to be mowed, and so they got to send somebody to tell that person to go and mow the grass. You know what I mean? Right? That's why I said it's like tricky and a little sticky, because sometimes, again, it very much so is collective. Sometimes it very much so is for somebody else. It's not always for you. So, don't come at me. Use your own guidance, intuition, and discernment. Excuse me. Each feather contains a shimmering universe of possibility. And that's just one feather on the peacock's tail. Peacock's tail is full of feathers. So that's lots of limitless potentiality and possibility. So Aries, for you, I would say it's definitely a time to follow your intuition, guidance, discernment. You've been preparing for this. You've been prepared for this. It also feels like it's not like it doesn't feel stuffy at all. Does it feel like you're gonna get bored or I guess I would say like be careful not to burn yourself out in your excitement if it's something that excites you. Compromise, being the Six of Pentacles, is here. So it's also to not get lost in it to the point where you neglect other things that you have to do and take care of. You know what I mean? You don't have to do it by yourself, right? You are like one of the many people who are involved in this. You're not the only one. Like quite literally standing shoulder to shoulder. So yeah, that's what I have for you, Aries. That's what I have for you, Aries. I want to do Cancer next. I guess we'll just, now that we're this far, we'll just start knocking out the early zodiac. I might do Pisces last just because maybe I won't get to it. I'm avoiding Pisces today. I'll do Pisces after Cancer. If I remember that I'm doing Pisces after Cancer. If I don't, then, you know. Cancer 159.53. I almost forgot the timestamp, Cancer. I looked at the screen to make sure it said Cancer, but I almost forgot the timestamp. We're putting you at 2 hours. Welcome to the second hour, the hour of Cancer. Cancer is the crab. Cancer is cardinal water. Cancer is ruled by the moon. Because Cancer is ruled by the moon, it doesn't have to share a planetary ruler with anybody else. It gets the moon all to itself. Which is interesting. Because I'm like, well, does Cancer get the moon as we see the moon? Or does Cancer get the moon as the moon is? And I say that because there's a dark side of the moon. There's a side of the moon that we never see. But if Cancer is the moon, then it would know its own dark side. You know what I mean? Because us as people, we got all kinds of sides to ourselves that we don't even necessarily fully know. So who's to know, right? If there was a stain on the back of your shirt, would you know it's there if you didn't have a mirror to see it or someone to tell you that it's there? So I don't know if you would know or not. We're just asking questions here, Cancer. We're just putting out some feelers. You're a feely sign. You like to feel things, right? I almost want to wax philosophical with Cancer. I almost want to play with Cancer a little bit. Like the fish messing with the crab. I'm sorry. Let me stop. It's in a playful way, though, Cancer. I almost feel like following this thread of energy, it almost feels like Cancer is being pushed outside of its comfort zone. But I'm seeing like a hermit crab. And so I don't know if like there was this thing where you were switching shells. And so like you left one shell to move into another shell, but that shell wasn't there. And then you tried to go back to your old shell and that shell wasn't there. So now you're just kind of sort of like stuck without a shell. And you're like, what the shell is going on here? Where's my shell? Oh, shell, no. Let me stop. Anyway, I would be like super intrigued if the hermit came out of any of these tarot decks. Let's see. We'll start with the body because that's where that vulnerability is felt, right? Ooh, you have the Hierophant, who is not the hermit. What I love for the Hierophant in the body for you, Cancer, if you are indeed outside of your shell, is that you're not meant to be in it. Let's look at this Hierophant in particular. One thing that I've never necessarily seen about the Hierophant is that as above, so below energy that you can see in its fingers. It feels like the Hierophant is always pointing above or whatever that hand sign is. It's always pointing upwards, but it's never necessarily pointing below. The below is on the planchette question mark of the Ouija question mark board. So this is very like middle world type of energy. It's funny because your body is reading like what I have been reading the mind as. The mind is what goes in between the spiritual and the physical. But your body with this Hierophant as above, so below, this side of the veil, that side of the veil is in between shells. So yeah. See, some of these I really wish I can like pull clarifiers for, But I just gotta like just keep pulling the rest of the cards and then trust that it'll make sense. Cause this, like, I'm so intrigued. Well, if you're to me, to Patrick, your body looks like a mind. So I already feel like I'm not qualified to do this for you, but I'll try. I'll do my best, Cancer. For your mind. Oh, okay. So Aries ushered us into Aries was the cardinality that ushered us into the rainbow. Cancer, you are following right behind with half of the rainbow that Aries had, which means that you're at the three of rainbows, which is guidance. You getting out of your shell allows your spirit. It's almost like, it's interesting because the shell that protects the body confines the spirit. That's what this is. The shell that you were wearing or the shells that you were having or using to protect your body were confining your spirit. Outside of the shell, your spirit is free. Cardinals are really coming through as Cardinal today because it is leading the way somewhere. It's the card of guidance. What's interesting is that this light exists. The light looks like it's to the left. Like, it feels like there's like a light up here. And that's the direction of the past typically. But then I noticed like this green woman that's like looking in the other direction. Or she's heading in the other direction. This is fast. Aries also had the Chariot, which is Cancer. This feels like, I don't know if like this is you being guided or if this is like um I don't know if like this is you being guided or if this is you guiding other people, but it feels like it's an energy that moves so fast that it creates this gust of wind that just like moves everything in that direction. Capricorn is also cardinal. Capricorn was dancing in the storm with the wind and the rain, like the rain pouring down this way, the leaves blowing whatever kind of way. So, is you like Rock Lee? If you've never seen like that one episode of Naruto with Rock Lee when he dropped his weights, or that one episode of Dragon Ball when Goku dropped his weights, if you've never seen that anime trope of there's this character that carries so much extra weight and they become pretty fast with the weight on, but when they take the weight off, it's like you can't even see them. That's how quick they are. And it feels like when you're in between shells, when you don't have that shell on, that's as fast as you are. It's like you've gotten accustomed and accommodated to life in that shell. And maybe it was like, it helped you. It did something for you for a long time. But you outside of that shell is like a whole different creature. And I'm shook. Like, okay, let's stop messing with Cancer and let Cancer stay in its shell. I mean, obviously I'm not telling you to stay in your shell. I'm not here to suppress or repress or minimize anybody else. I'm here to empower and hopefully encourage you to empower yourself first and foremost. So I'm not going to tell you to play small, but I'm like, oof, mess around with Cancer and find out this shell was to protect you from me. I kid. You have the Memory Keeper, Sun in Scorpio, Six of Cups, and the Star. Gifts of the Spirit in your spirit. The Memory Keeper and Gifts of the Spirit. Girl. Okay. There's something about this Cancer that's, in a way, it's reading like it's returning you to your natural state. In a way. Um, this guidance card, it can also be like your internal guidance leading you in a certain direction. Honestly, though, it feels like, again, with like the fish poking at the crab, it feels like there may be things outside of your control. There may be things that you're not necessarily causing or doing, that's like it's trying to get you to move in a certain direction. And you'll know when you're in alignment with that because of the increase in momentum, because things will just like speed up like crazy, like crazy, crazy. Now, as I'm talking about it, I imagine something that like weaves. It's like it weaves and it goes up and down and like all through like little tight crevices and stuff like that. And so there is an element of flexibility and fluidity that you might need to have to stay in that flow and to not necessarily be super unidirectional, because you're water, right? Unidirectional earth, sure. Unidirectional fire, why not? Well, maybe not, but why not? Unidirectional air, yeah, until it hits a wall. But water, I don't know. It's like water's purpose is to flow. So again, I can't remember who it was who had the question. It was Aquarius that had the question of what is water? Here's the Aquarius and the star. Your alchemy card is Pneuma, breath. The breath that connects us to the spirit, girl. The breath that is the spirit, girl. Okay. So y'all what? Moving at the speed of spirit. This is number 36. It's a 36-9. Pneuma, breath, its inspiration, presence, and life force. There is no more direct way to practice alchemy than to study Pneuma. We all have access to the mystical phenomenon known as the breath. It occurs at every moment, gracing us with the gift of existence upon the physical plane. If alchemy, as is suggested in this book, is the merging of physical and mystical, then this card serves as our ever reliant bridge. It is the magical within us, the expanding and generating life force that animates our life. This card may appear simple, but it is not. No matter how advanced you are in studying the breath, if you heed the message of this card, you will find it has more to teach you. Bow to it at this very moment, and you will discover the work revitalizes itself. New space opens. Pneuma is your lifelong alchemical ally, stating its love with every inhale and exhale. And it's interesting that that breath, the bridge between the physical and mystical, the tangible, intangible, the spiritual, and all that is material, because that breath is sort of like exchanged in between, which is kind of sort of the space that you're in right now. Not in this shell or that shell. With all of these laid out as they are, the guidance card is turning away from the Hierophant towards, oh, the star, a source of light. Look at that. I just like it, just like the light bulb just went up. The guidance card is turning from the Hierophant towards the star, away from the body towards spirit. But this one is turning from this, it's going from the star to the body. And instead of it, it can be like, you're being guided in this direction and other people might be following a more traditional approach. Yeah, sure. If you want to read it that way, you can. but it feels like there's this exchange. Like as some things travel the path from spirit to physical, other things travel the path from physical to spirit. And again, it's almost like you are existing in this space or transiting this space or are seated firmly in this space in between. And it's almost very something like as you sit in a space of observing how both move, there is something that you learn. And I think Taurus had a tension of like, yeah, with the why. Like sometimes you don't get closer, sometimes you don't get further, and that tension in between something is born. Something that wouldn't otherwise necessarily be seen. And it's interesting that I mentioned the tension because in this star card, like the water is being poured out on the same side, right? So there is this space in between these two streams as she pours them out, one into the water, one onto the land. So I don't know nothing about a lot of stuff. This is one of those things that I don't know anything about, but because I heard it slash seen it slash read it, I'm gonna mention it. Someone said that Hecate is a goddess associated with liminal spaces. Hecate's not depicted in this star card. I'm pretty sure it's like Quinine or somebody. But with Hecate being associated with liminal spaces, maybe Hecate got something for you. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because there's something about the in between. It could also be like a time to like meditate, right? Or find a mindfulness practice that puts you or gets you to that like in between sort of place. This is actually, there's something that feels a little challenging about navigating this energy because it's like it's not, because it's so in between, it's not extremely connected or disconnected from either. It's very much so a foot in both worlds. That makes me think of Aries with that Eight of Wands energy, with the multiplicity. It makes me think of the multiplicity of Aries, but like that's it. Not necessarily the same path of Aries, but you know. This is almost also a Kairos energy because Kairos is mythic time, but it's more so, it's almost like time passes in the spirit differently than it passes in the body. And maybe that's why the one heading towards spirit is like so, and that has wings and everything else looks so zephyrous and fast. But the green one heading towards the physical, heading towards the body is like slower. It's this like this understanding. And maybe that's also why with this hierophant, like that as above, so below, like this hierophant had flesh. This hierophant was a baby when it when whatever happened in spirit, and now here on earth, bag of bones, lived a whole life, been a skeleton for a few lifetimes, and then it comes in. It's not necessarily that extreme. But it feels like it would be important to have a recognition of how different things transpire differently in different spaces and how those transit times like can sort of like affect things. It doesn't necessarily feel like it's always going to be that slow. because again, something about your energy felt very quick. So I don't know if there's like a slipstream in between. If that's the reason why it made me think of the Eight of Wands that Aries just got, as it mentioned multiplicity. I don't know if like there are these slipstreams that exist between the physical and the spiritual, where it's like if there's something that you really desire that is the will of the divine, when you align those things, it's almost like it meets all these different criterias. It's like an automatic pass into manifestation. So it's like instant, boom, right there. Like you wanted it, we wanted it for you, you got it. You asked the right questions. You reached for the right thing. Congratulations. Now, you know, it's not for us to get, it's for us sometimes to not need instant gratification. But that energy felt pretty fast to me, you know. And you know what I mean? It's like somebody knew that I would want this at this time. Past me, it's almost like when Eve pre-orders a deck that she forgets about, and then she gets it, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!" Shout out to Everlong Mystic or the Never Short Medium. I'm just kidding. Love you, Eve. But it's just like, you know, there's something that you want, you like pre-order it, you get it, you forget about it, and then you have it. It's like when Patrick buys sugar and then at 3 o'clock in the morning he's like, I really want something sweet, and it's like, oh, I bought this at the store today. Or it's like when Patrick is at the store and he looks at the honey buns and he's like, oh, I should get some honey buns, but no, like it's fine, I don't need to be eating honey buns. And then late at 3 o'clock in the morning, Patrick's wishing he would have bought those honey buns. I mean, not only honey buns, it'd be like there was something like detergent. I'd be in the store and I'm like, oh, I should get some detergent. And I'll go, no, like we have some at home. And then I get home and there's no detergent. It's like, man, like something told me to buy it when I was at the store. Listening to that intuition, falling into that flow, the direction that things go. Like I said, I'm silly. It's fine. Get over it. Or don't. Like, click off, unsubscribe, leave, see if I can. I'm kidding. I don't know what's wrong with me. I do know what's wrong with me. And it's nothing, but also it's, girl, a lot. Um, 23 minutes, Cancer. Wow. I just remembered that I said I do Pisces next, so I'll do Pisces next. And then I kind of want to do Leo. I'll do Leo instead. I'm doing Leo instead of Pisces. You're used to that, right? Leo and Pisces. We'll do Leo at 23:33. 2:23:33. Leo. It's a kitty cat. Hola, kitty cat. I feel like, oh yeah, because of Hecate. That's why I thought of you. I think Eve was saying something somewhere, and I saw you type something about Hecate. Maybe I don't remember. Anyway, I was like, I feel like Kizzy Cat just popped into my mind. How are you doing, Kirsty? It's been a hot minute since. I feel like it's been a hot minute since I've talked to a lot of people. Scorpio is used to it too. Leo, 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 where do you sit? You feel like you're sitting in the work, Leo. I don't know if a magnum opus is about to come out. You're upsy and downsy at the moment. Well, I hope you get a little less topsy and turvy and a little more head in the clouds, feet on the ground. Do 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 do. Sheesh boopy. See, I told you something's wrong with me. I'm sorry. I did think it strange. Thought it very odd. So when I was in elementary school, we did a couple of productions. There were a few that I would be like cast in. I guess I wouldn't be cast because I wouldn't do it. But there were a few that I did do. And the Music Man Jr. was one that I did do, and I was JC Squires. JC Squires, I think. It's fine. Um, but anyway, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, like Shapoopy popped into my mind, and I was like, wow, we were really like elementary school kids singing about how a woman who kisses on the very first date is usually a hussy, and a woman who will kiss on the second time around is anything but fussy. And I'm like, oh gosh, I'm like 7 years old. I don't even know what these words mean. Anyway, sorry. I hope things settle and improve here, but that upsy downsy, leftsy rightsy, topsy turvy, tipsy, everything's the energy has been real. I feel like navigating like one of those gravity games where it's like, oh, the gravity is about to switch and you just whoop, now your feet are on the ceiling and you're doing the whole course upside down. Anyway, Leo. I love how like I was gonna do Pisces and then Leo just came in and then I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do Leo. And then I proceeded to like not even talk about Leo for like the first 3 minutes of Leo's timestamp. I'm keeping this for you, Leo, because sometimes you need to learn how to wait your turn. Sit down. You know what? It's like it can be kind of difficult sometimes, but it's like if you're having a conversation with someone and you're actively involved in the conversation, then you're following the conversation, right? You're following the conversation. It's not like, oh, you said something 15 minutes ago that I've been like, I really want to like add something to that point, but also like be respectful of your time talking in this conversation. But then that's like 10 minutes of the conversation that you weren't even listening to because you were thinking about something that was said 10 minutes ago. Following the conversation. Sometimes you can work back to that point. Sometimes you can go to that point and acknowledge, but you don't want to be so stuck on this point that happened 10 minutes ago that you're not listening to anything that happened in the interim. Especially like if someone is like coming to you like if you're consoling someone, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, like that's where your issue is right there. But like if you kept listening to them, you would have realized that that's not actually like their issue. So like you think that you're about to say something like super whatever and like change somebody's life, but like they already had that realization. Follow the conversation. They need you here, not back here. I don't know anyway. That'd be me like high key though, for real. I was watching somebody, it was like a TED talk about conversations or whatever, and I was like, oh my gosh, I do that. I get so excited to talk about this one point that I stop listening to everything else. And then with my luck, by the time I do finally get to talk, I already forgot what it was anyway, so I'm just completely lost. Anyway, Leo, we're gonna start with the alchemy card for you, and your card is Mars. Aries. Aries. God of War, Ragnarok is coming out next in a week. Question mark? Maybe not a full week. It's coming out next week. Anyway. I'm glad to hear all is well. Leo, I kind of want to do Sagittarius next. See what's up with the fire signs. Leo was coming out with Mars. Leo coming out with Mars is interesting because that's a little bit of I can show you better than I can tell you energy. Which is interesting. Because if you're going to show somebody and not tell them about it, then where does that fit in the conversation? I think we're having a moment, Leo. I think we're connecting. So the mind is the conversation. We're still in rainbows. It went water, 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 rainbows, rainbows, rainbows. So you are keeping up with the conversation, Leo. Well, let me zip my lip then. You know what I mean? I take it back, Leo. Apparently, you are following the conversation. You get the Seven of Rainbows, which is patience. Gemini had the Seven of Pentacles, which was the gardener. Gemini and Leo sextile. You get the same card. Gemini had it in the spirit, though. You have it in the mind. But this isn't the mind for you. This is the conversation. The conversation is patience. And I love how I did this before I pulled this card. You remember this? Because you have these phases of the moon at the top of the card. In patience. So maybe Holly was onto something when she said follow the bouncing karaoke ball. Because now it's making me think of one of those games where like there's this yellow, like there's a bar and there's something that goes like boom, boom, boom. Like let's say this little cactus is the bar. Stop my finger, pause the video when it's inside of that little cactus. Like that's the game, and you gotta stop it right there. Oh my gosh, congratulations, you got it. Speaking of pong. I read ping. Water. My water is empty. If you're telling me to drink water, I already drank all of it. I did timestamp though. Yeah, I got the timestamp. The only liquid I have is more dragon's milk and a few Mike's hard lemonades. So you said pong, but I read ping, and ping on the zing made me think of a metal detector. So was Leo trying to get some treasure? I had a little water. That was it. I could go refill it, but I'm not trying to go to the bathroom all night either. The thing I like about the metal detector is that this is a moon. So it's something that you can't see, but you can feel. There's like an intuitive hit. With Mars being here, Mars is making me think it is about like striking something. It's striking while the iron is hot, which falls into that keeping in pace with the conversation. Because when the iron is hot, that's when you strike it, right? You don't want it to be so hot that like if you strike it, it'll just melt into a molten little iron puddle. And if you wait until it's too cool, then it's not going to bend because it's not malleable. The energy of malleability is also nice if this is the conversation. So if this is a conversation, then it's going to be in between the Archangel of Glory and the Herald of Waters. Okay, so since Kizzy Cat said water and Holly said karaoke ball, Kizzy Cat and Holly are going to finish this reading. So Kizzy Cat's going to record a video, and then Holly's going to record a video, and maybe email it to me, Holly, because I don't know if you have a channel. And I'm going to link them in the description box. So thank you, Holly and Kizzy Cat. Kirsty, for doing that for me. Appreciate you. Love you, dears, so much. Leo, your reading is over. They'll finish it for you, and we're going to move on to Pisces. Conversation between the Archangel of Glory and the Herald of the Waters, which is interesting. Because there's a space when fire and water are one. I mean, I went to the cards of spirit to see who is having this conversation. So in spirit, fire and water can very much so Ooh, you got new cards? Oh, snap. Tarot of the She. Oh, snap. So Kirsty is going to finish this reading for Leo. Fire and water or dragon's milk. I was talking about fire water, dragon's milk. So I don't have any water. I have one bottle of dragon's milk left that's just been down here. And I'm like, when am I going to drink this? I will drink my dragon's milk for you. Ow. Let's see if it cuts my finger as I try to. Ooh, yeah, it's digging in there real deep. I'm not going to bleed for you, Leo. I have a bottle opener right here. I found it right before the video started. It's platinum. I'm going to be using my platinum. This is not a sponsored video. Safety for life. Safety is important. I love that it says safety for life because I'm not trying to slice my hand opening this without the bottle opener. So yes, be safe. Oh, snap. Hey, David. How's it going? Ooh, there we go. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh, gosh. Ooh, excuse me. Very bubbly. Excuse me. It's got all the gas just rumbling. What's interesting, I was going to say, like, these have like twice the alcohol content of the mics, but every time I drink one mic, I drink two. So I thought that was going to hit me a little harder than it did, but it didn't because I've been drinking mics by the twos and threes. So, because the alcohol hits different when it doesn't taste like alcohol. You know what I mean? Which means to say that it doesn't hit you until it hits you all at once. It's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even taste the alcohol until I was vomiting and walking on the ceiling because, you know what I mean? Anyway, let me stop. I'm gonna try to reel it in a little bit here for you, Leo. I was gonna say, like, there's this space where fire and water are not separate entities. And if this conversation is being held by spirits, then in the realm of spirit, it makes sense. You know what I mean? But since it's a king and fire and a page and water, it feels like it's something that's very well established on the spirit side of things, but it's not as established here. If this is a conversation, then you are on the cups of, you get what I did there? The cusp. You're on the cups. It's like you're communicating something, Leo. You are the messenger. Now, how does the card of the body fit into this? But your alchemy is Mars. So, because it's Mars, I would think that it's about actions more than just words. So, this is the action. The action is the Three of Cups. Red and blue make purple. You see the red and the blue making the purple. The red is the fire. The blue is the water. The purple is a card of like a card of purple is a card of royalty. Purple is a color associated with royalty. Mars is a planet of action, but it's reading as embodying something. Okay, Leo. I mean, Leo ain't ruled by the sun for no reason, apparently. But because Leo is incarnate in the flesh, it's not going to burn you. You know what I mean? Okay. Leo is about to ascend the physical plane. Is that what you're saying, Holly? No, not better the attic than the basement. Oh my gosh. That's yes, very much so better the attic than the basement because whew. Girl, Leo, wait. I'm not here. I feel like that like 2 gulps of alcohol just like took me out of the game. I should not. Who told me? Holly, was that you? It was Holly. I'm blaming you, Holly. Telling me to drink dragon's milk in the middle of Leo got me in here already sweating. If you're not a Leo, do not watch this next piece of the video. Oh man. If you're not a Leo, close your eyes. I will tell you when you can open them. If you're not a Leo, your eyes are still closed. You're not peeking. You're not watching this. There's nothing to see for you to watch. If you hear shuffling, I'm not going to gaslight you and say that you don't hear cards shuffling because I almost thought about it and I was like, oof, I probably shouldn't. But don't watch if you're not a Leo, okay? And try not to listen, but also like you got to listen. Ooh, excuse me, for when I tell you that you can look again. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, ooh. I did, didn't I? Okay, if you're not a Leo, you can look at your screen now. I know that like most of you probably looked anyway. The only reason why I did that is because I'm not necessarily going to pull this deck for everybody else. So I didn't, I didn't want anyone else to know that I wasn't being fair or that I was giving Leo special treatment because they're ruled by the sun and Leo always gets their way. And it's always about Leo, 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 Leo because they're ruled by the sun and they're the only ones that matter. If you know a Leo, you get it. If you are a Leo, you get it. Dragon's milk is something that's consumed in celebration to celebrate the end of a journey, according to the side of the bottle. This is interesting. Oh, you have okay. You have a Leo placement. David's a Leo. My Chiron is in Leo, so that's why I kept my eyes open. Does that count? It's like fairly healed. You know what I mean? It's a placement in my chart now. I don't know. What does a healed Chiron become if it's not wounded anymore? It was like as a healed Chiron, like you get a extra Mars. Maybe it's like you get an extra Mars if you use it in an action way. You get an extra Mercury if it helps you to like Mercury. Maybe it depends on how you use it. I don't know. Anyway. You cheated and took your glasses off. Oh, Elfin Mama, yeah. The Tarot of the She. See, Kirsty. You obviously you don't have to do it, but if you want to post a Leo reading or just pull a few cards for Leo to see what this it's the Tarot of the She. This is a conversation happening in spirit. It'd be the perfect deck to see what's going on with this if you just want to let us in on this conversation. So for those who aren't Leos, Kirsty's going to let us in on the conversation with the Tarot of the She because it's, I mean, they're the She. Hello? It's perfect. And if it is the She, I don't know anything about the She. I know very, 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 very. All I know about the She is how to pronounce Siddha. That's all I know. I know how to pronounce it, and that's like basically it. So when I see the word, I don't mispronounce it. But with the card of patience here, there is almost. Where's Amanda? I mean, she pops into my mind like I literally just like thought of her the other day. I was like, I miss Anam current messages because she's the one that told me about Finn and the golden fish. I can't remember if it was a carp or a salmon. It might have been a salmon. Because if we're talking about the She and we're talking about this fish that's jumping up out of the cup as an envoy of spirit, it does make me think of Finn and that golden salmon. What was the most interesting to me about the story of Finn is that the king didn't kill Finn to get the salmon out of its belly. It's that the king let him have it. Almost like the king was able to recognize that the person who was supposed to consume it did. The She would have always known that Finn would be the one to consume it. The She would have also been able to orchestrate the king's interest in it. So there's a whole lot, and that's why it's represented by the moon in all of its phases, girl. Because not only it's like it's a complicated sort of process that involves multiple aspects or people that participate to different degrees who all think that they're going to get something out of it that they might or might not get out of it. But in the grand scheme of things, the fish is going to go where it's supposed to. It's going to be consumed by who it's supposed to. And the one sitting in the belly of this patience card will be born. You're a Leo rising. I was literally going to say that you have some kind of prominent Leo placement, Kirsty, but I couldn't remember if you told me you had like a Leo Venus or something like that because I know you're a Virgo. But the fact that you said Leo rising, I love that. So the Dancer 7, illusions, depth, water. In watery tide we start to sink, and of illusions take we drink, seduced by phantoms, mind reality left far behind. Can you see the beads of sweat starting to form on my forehead? Girl. Am I halfway through the zodiac now? At 3 hours? Am I going to be here for 6 hours? Leo, I think we're done. It feels like you're on a journey, as we all are. And there are things that you're going to discover along the way. There are things that you are going to acquire along the way that will empower, encourage, or enable you to take certain actions at certain points in time, at certain junctures along your path. That whenever you hit a fork or whenever you have a chance encounter, it'll keep getting you on that way. It'll help you keep making your way. And even if you make a misstep somewhere, fate will find a way to continue to get you every place that you need to be. So, in one sense, don't stress too much about doing don't overstress, right? Don't overthink it. All that is meant for you will find you. And when it does find you, at that point, when it finds you, you will know what to do with it. So there you go. Okay, Leo. Thank you for interjecting yourself in that way. Riveting conversation being held and going on. Excuse me. We're going to move on to Virgo. Are we just going to go in order at this point? Actually, we're going to do Libra in honor of Holly. You're welcome, Holly. I feel like, I don't know, I could just see Holly saying like, well, what about Libra? I was like, you know what? You're right, Holly. We'll do Libra. 253.10. Libra or Libra, as in the library. It's the book. Libra is the scales. It should be the book. You got your hair. What? Hair caught in a hair dryer and sizzled it. Not going for the singed look. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm glad it wasn't like 2 feet though. You know. I mean, if it had been, I'm sure you would rock it regardless. Libra, I kind of want to do yours in an interesting way as well. I kind of want to not necessarily do your spirit, mind, body. But if you are the scales, your alchemy card will sit at the middle of all three of them. But they're going to be two. I mean, there's already two spirits. Each spirit will have its own body and its own mind. It's funny, we see the Page of Cups again. Pages in the SKT come with messages. I didn't pull the extra message. Well, for Leo, it was not for me to pull. That whole, like, Leo, if you're still here, that whole conversation, like, that's a you thing. You and spirit and God and your ancestors, that's all of y'all. Patrick ain't in none of that. Patrick can't tell you any of that. You know what I mean? Kirsty is your designated point of contact. And she got the Dancer 7, which, you know, You got the Page of Cups again, though, which is interesting because, again, we just saw that in Leo. There are two bodies. Are two minds and two bodies. I'm running out of space. With this alchemy card linking them. Massa Confusa. Number 51, Chaos. There you go, Libra. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're proud how you would hurt your cause forever. I hope you think you're clever. Oh, look at how perfectly balanced that copy is. Just sitting like a little... Oh, now it fell. Are you defying gravity, Libra? I feel like this Massa confuses, like, your laws of physics and reality have no bearing on me, and then you just levitate off the ground and then fly off into tomorrow. I don't know. Okay, Libra. So on one side of this, the spirit of the stronghold of the Grail, with the mind of past lives, the body of the world. Is intense. Like, that's like, wait. The other is the spirit of the wish granted with the mind of sorrow, which is the nine of the mind. If cups are spirit, you got the nine of spirit, the nine of the mind, and the emperor in the body. I mean, if the wish granted leads to sorrow, that is kind of a be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. It's also interesting because that links to Gemini, because Gemini had a wish energy, but their wish was not one that would be granted through nefarious ways. But it's also interesting because Gemini had the Lovers. No, Gemini didn't have the Lovers. Was that Aquarius that had ties to Gemini? Yeah, that was Aquarius that had Gemini and Libra show up for them. The Massa Confusa. I feel like this is too much for me, Libra, so I'm just going to end your video here. I'm going to end the whole video here, Libra. I'm going to quit. Are you proud of yourself, Libra? You made me quit. I'm kidding. It would be easiest to say that this speaks of changing times, because the Emperor in body is the Nine of Swords in the mind, but the Nine of Cups in spirit. So it feels like the Emperor was able to accomplish all that he wanted, all that he wished for in the current energy or in a past or previous energy. But as the world continues to spin and turn, as the wheel continues to spin, as we continue to move, it feels like the Emperor doesn't, like, it feels like the Emperor feels its grip loosening, which is driving it to sorrow. Because for some reason it think that it can't accomplish whatever that it has already accomplished in a new or different energy, or it doesn't feel like it'll have as much proficiency or be as, like, its status will drop. But the thing about the sorrow card is that there's a break right behind this person. They're already at the exit. They're not trapped in this maze, but it is their sorrow that keeps them from seeing the way out of it. On the other side, we have the stronghold of the Grail, which is the messenger of the realm of water. with past lives and the world. Past lives in the world give it an energy of like it's a season, it's a cycle, it comes and goes. It's a because of past lives, it's a cycle that spans multiple lifetimes. So in our short incarnation, we may see it as something completely unprecedented or brand new or something whatever, but it's like if we were to live long enough, we would discover that it's a cycle. It's just that our short lives keep us from sort of seeing it that way. Ooh, I'm starting to taste the chocolate and the dragon's milk. I couldn't really taste the chocolate before. Massa Confusa. Let's see. Let's read, shall we? How many of these have I done? What time is it? 51. Massa Confusa Chaos. Who got Osiris? I don't even remember at this point. Was that what number was that? That was late. It was the mortification, right? Yeah. To go deeper, read the Egyptian story of Osiris. Gemini got mortification, Libra. I went through all the air signs. Aquarius had links to Gemini and Libra, I'm pretty sure. But in Gemini's Mortificatio, the story of Osiris, Set, an embodiment, as far as I know, of chaos, is the one that destroyed Osiris. And because Set knew what Isis was capable of, instead of leaving Osiris in one piece, chopped them up, scattered the bodies all over so that Isis would go out and have to go out and get him. It's almost like there was a certain inevitability that Set knew of. But maybe he thought by scattering Osiris, it would give him enough time to think of something. Because he only delayed his inevitable, defeat. Isis was dedicated enough, determined enough that she found the pieces. All the pieces except for one. Maybe she didn't find that one piece, or maybe she thought Osiris didn't need a piece. So, apparently, according to the whatever, he had a piece before he died and then he came out without one. But anyway, because this is chaos, and chaos makes me think of Set, of course. So, anyway, that was the connection for me. When an alchemist sits in their laboratory amidst the presence of Massa Confusa, something miraculous is bound to occur. That's because this card, this state, is so powerful and all encompassing that it typically overwhelms the student to the point of despair. Such is the nature of chaos. It is the grand trickster, the topsy turvy confusion that turns life on its head and spins a web not even the wisest mystic can untangle. Baffling? Yes. Disorienting? Yes. But the seasoned alchemist recognizes it as the most potent point in the alchemical experiment. Wait, observe, do nothing. It is destiny itself that spins the web. Clarity will emerge one strand at a time. Your only task is to breathe. Do not struggle. The three fates hold you in their sights as you free fall toward freedom. Interesting, interesting, very, very interesting. So It feels like there's a purpose, a point, or a plan that is far greater than anything that you could imagine, Libra. And it's not because you're small minded, and it's not because you're not dreaming big enough. It's just that, like, you would have no way to be able to conceive of what is happening or why it's important for things to transpire in the way that they're transpiring. It feels like this past lives card is actually future lives energy. It's because of what's happening in the laboratory at this moment right now. It's because of the chaos. That one singular shining moment that would be nigh impossible in any other situation occurs. And after that happens, it's almost like if infinite potentiality is like a tree and its roots and limbs, there's this super teeny tiny thread thin branch that, in the presence of chaos, and when that thing happens, it gets a lot thicker in a way. There's something that needs to happen. And the scale is the world. I mean, we have the world on one side and we have the emperor on the other side. So both are major arcana energies. The world is number 21 in this deck, which is greater than 4, but if you break it down numerologically, it's a 3. So the 4 would beat it out. And because the 4 would beat out the 3, it feels like you have the ability to miss out on something. You're the emperor. You make the choices and decisions. And if your empire falls, you make those choices and decisions. When your empire thrives, you make those choices and decisions. It's almost like the burden of choice, it lies on you. It's in your hands. So do you allow, Libra? Or no? Long story short, don't be short sighted in your happiness, fulfillment, and things that you desire. Sometimes doing the difficult thing gives greater rewards in the end than doing what's convenient or easy. And things can always work out much, much, much better than you fear or anticipate. It's chaos. Anything can happen. So don't be so sure that the right things won't for you. Oof. See, but because the Nine of Cups is in the spirit again, like there is an energy. The Nine of Cups is in the spirit, and then the page is bringing this 10th cup. Ultimately, it's like you ultimately end up with the Nine of Cups, the 10 of Cups, the 10th cup, personally hand delivered by this angel associated with the lobster, which is Scorpio, scorpionic transformation. So we're gonna do Scorpio next, and then we'll work our way back to Virgo. Um, like it's again, like it's ultimately gonna work out. It's reading like not only is it ultimately like there's a 10 of Pentacles energy here because past lives reading us future lives. Well, maybe Pentacles is a little bit of a stretch in terms of like the pentacle part of the pentacles, but in the multi-generational aspect of the 10 of pentacles, the energy is here. And it's like, not only is it like, it's an opportunity at true joy and fulfillment. And the 9 of Swords and the Emperor in its sorrow. I don't know. It's like, it can be so much more. It's interesting though, because it's like, it's spider webs on one side of the card, and then it's these mysterious figures on the other side of the card. This is making me think of the standstill and the gate of Sahakiel, because these shadowy, mysterious figures are these angels. It's that energy where, like, in the lower world, you couldn't see the ghost dance as the council, but as you come up, you can see them for who they actually are. You know what I mean? And they're here to help. So, there we go. Let's move on to Sagittarius. I feel like Sagittarius was not the sign that I just said, but we're doing Sagittarius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the 9th one. I'm almost done. Oh my gosh. We're going to say 3, 12, 30 by the time I type out Sagittarius on this. And there's so many cards over here now. I got to fight to get to my backspace button. Oh, look, 5 seconds short. So Sagittarius. I feel in my mind's eye, I see an archer. Bow drawn, bowstring taut, arrow not a target in sight, doing a full 360-degree spin, waiting to see what is about to catch an arrow. It's interesting though, because it feels like whatever Sagittarius is looking for, it's standing right on top of. That's just how it's reading, okay? So it's not anything up and out there somewhere. The bullseye that you were, who else had it was Leo. Leo had treasure energy because of the ping that was the pong. It's like the bullseye is an X, and the X is on the ground, and you're standing right on top of it. So get digging, Sagittarius. You may be building a new foundation. There may be certain things in your life that you desired or wished for that you thought were far off. Maybe you were getting closer and closer and closer to those things in a way that you didn't necessarily know. And so maybe you're still looking, not necessarily realizing that you're already where you need to be to begin laying bricks for what you desire. You're where you are where you need to be to receive what you want, or to be who you want to be, or how you want to be. So because you're looking up in the air, we're going to pull this card first. I'm going to run through all of these, pulling the Vitruvian, and then I'm going to finish with the Revelations, okay? So the Spirit. Oof! Sagittarius. Look, you came out with Sagittarius. What? An energy pulling its own major? Crazy. And you can see the ropes on this angel. Gemini? No, it wasn't Gemini. Who was it that got the 8 of Swords? It was time to break out. It was the second one. Was it Capricorn? Was that Capricorn or was it Taurus? Who did I start with? I started with Taurus. Maybe it was somebody got the Eight of Swords, and the Two of Swords. It was swords, swords, and I was like, that red moon in the sky means it's go time. I think it might have been. No, it wasn't Capricorn, because Capricorn was gorgeous. It might have been Taurus. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is the captor freed. It's Temperance. It's the angel. It's Sagittarius. Again, standing exactly where you need to be standing to do whatever it is that you need to be doing. And it feels like the angel would be aware of this. Sagittarius, it feels like you may not necessarily be aware of all of this light that you are just like pumping out right now. You know what I mean? Because of, like, this is making me think of a web. Because of the interconnectedness of everything. You can be doing something in your own life, living it up, or doing whatever you're doing for you, not necessarily aware of how you existing in that is changing like the energetic sort of field. Not necessarily aware of how you are very much so impacting things right now. The mind is morality, which is the Queen of Clouds, question mark. The body is the Fool. Your alchemy is there, or were, spring. This is like an inverse Empress. It's making the Empress in the Water Known Tarot. What's interesting about this is, though, Sagittarius, it's like there are all these bright sunset, sunrise, yellow, orange, reddy colors outside of the tree, but under the tree, it's these purples and blues and very dark. Almost sort of like how the light is radiating outside of that angel. So this morality is something that exists within you. I mean, the easiest, lowest hanging fruit is Sagittarius. If you feel that in all that you're doing right now, in whatever brand new energy that you're in, if you're not like contributing in some way because you're not whatever, it's like you're doing more than you think. Just by being you, just by being in the energy that you're in, navigating the way that you're navigating, just like how Libra had that thread thin branch that was getting thicker and thicker because of something happening in the chaos. You're one of the things happening in the chaos, Sagittarius. Because as you walk that path, it gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. It becomes more and more and more energetically accessible to more and more people. There is something interesting going on here, though, between morality and the Fool. And it's because the Fool has emerged from the underworld into the land of the living, but it's still a skeleton. I would be tempted to say that the Fool isn't a skeleton in the land of the living, but the Fool sees itself as such. Because like the butterfly on its finger means that it's already sort of like changed. You know? Your Vitruvian spirit is Capricorn. It's the demon. You have the angel and the demon, Temperance and the devil. Interesting, Sagittarius. Interesting. Ah, it is mutual, Kirsty. The feeling is mutual. Let's read this spring, shall we? Wait. Sagittarius. So spring is reading like spring instead of spring. And if you don't know what I mean when I say spring instead of spring, like a fountain. The demon is reading as the guardian of said fountain because of the chalice-sized hole in its breastplate. It feels like you see, this is that mystical Libran alchemy of the last season, because we're in Scorpio season now. It feels like you got the chalice. It feels like you filled your chalice at the fountain, but completely avoided the demon that guards it, which is why there's a chalice-sized hole in its breastplate. And the whole like Libran mystical element is because the angel is pouring it. It's like the angel is pouring the water from the spring into your chalice while like you're not even necessarily like in the spring. You know, you get it? What? And so like it's almost like that's why you're this full energy. I don't even know if you necessarily grasp the significance or the impact again or the profundity. Is profundity? I think profundity is a word. The profoundness is what you've done. And the demon is what waits. Like it takes me back to when I read the Vitruvian versus the Revelations edition. The Revelation, like they had done all this work, and so there was a challenge that they had been deemed worthy of taking on. And on the Vitruvian side, the Scarlet Shield, the Queen of Wands, was like, you will not survive past this point, so you're not even going to gain entry. But on the side that did gain entry, the very first thing that they encountered was the demon. But right behind the demon and the Vitruvian was the angel. That was a page of wands, the herald of the flame energy. You're a fire sign. So maybe whatever you do got the demon distracted long enough for other people to fill their chalices. You know what I mean? Which is, again, it's like there are precedents that you said you make it energetically easier. Even like, of course, like the people who are more directly in your life, like you can inspire them to do the things that they've always wanted to do or to take those chances and to make their own leaps of faith, right? So, like, there are direct and indirect, there are immediate and removed effects. So, thank you, Sagittarius, because, you know, if I can fill up my cup and it'd be a little bit easier, then, you know, thank you for helping the Taurus moon out. Because y'all know I ain't trying to take the hard way. Like, I will if I have to, but I'm not trying to. I don't want to. I don't enjoy it. But I do enjoy the things that come with a hard day's work, paid. So let's read spring. Spring is 17, by the way, if you were curious. 17 is the star. This is blossoming, becoming in the horizon. When spring arrives, our eyes lift from the work and we peer out the window of our laboratory. We realize Earth has been in its own transformational spin, readying itself for a new era of growth. In a state of wonder, the alchemist sets aside the work of winter and opens the door, stepping into spring. When this card arrives, it indicates a blossoming, a coming into one's own, its generation time. You may be dreaming up a business plan, humming a new melody, or flirting with a special someone. Spring is the season of the East, where the sun rises and lights the world. You do not have to, where the sun rises and lights the world. You do not have to work on anything during this phase. Let the energy of the season push through. You made it through winter, and the bulbs burst on their own. Sagittarius, this is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Girl, Sagittarius and Capricorn, gorgeous energies. Also, no, Pluto is in Capricorn. I was going to say also like empty right now. I'm going to read morality too, because I'm just curious. I'm going to roll a d8 on Bixby to see which line changes. If, hold up, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we're going to add 1 to everything or subtract 1 from everything. So if Bixby says 1 or 8, I'm not going to read a line of change. If Bixby says 2 through 7, we're going to read that line to see which line changed. I'm cheating, Sagittarius. You got me cheating. I mean, technically, I'm not cheating because I'm just reading the book. I use the same cards for everybody. Nobody got any extra cards that nobody else got. Okay? Hi, Bixby. Pick a random number between 1 and 8.
1 second, just double checking my math. All right, looks like your number is 3.
3. So the second line is the one that changes. Okay. This is I think it's the Queen of Clouds. Oh, this is oh no, morality is the master. Hold up, wait. Give me a second. No. Okay. It's in the suit of mastery of the mind. This is mastery of the mind. Are you the Queen of Swords? That's the Knight. That's the Page. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I mean, you're in the suit of mastery of the mind, so. Morality has restricted all the juice. Hold up, wait, why am I reading this like that? I thought this was the I Ching cards for a second. There is no change here. But you got the number 3. 3 is a catalyst. 3 is something that causes a change in something else, but it in and of itself, ultimately at the end of the day, is unaffected. If it's consumed during the reaction, it's regenerated by the end of it. And it said you're in a period of generation or something like that. You're in a space of generation. Interesting. Anyway, morality has restricted all the juice and energy of life. Okay, hold up. Blah, 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 blah. Bodhidharma far transcends moralists, Puritans, so-called good people, do-gooders. He has touched the very rock bottom of the problem. Unless awareness arises in you, all your morality is bogus. All your culture is simply a thin layer which can be destroyed by anybody. But once your morality has come out of your awareness, not out of a certain discipline, then it is a totally different matter. Then you will respond in every situation out of your awareness, and whatever you do will be good. Awareness cannot do anything that is bad. That is the ultimate beauty of awareness, that anything that comes out of it is simply beautiful, is simply right, and without any effort and without any practice. So rather than cutting the leaves and the branches, cut the root. And to cut the root, there is no other method than a single method, the method of being alert, of being aware, of being conscious. So Sagittarius has been doing work. Sagittarius, like Rihanna, been doing work. Sagittarius been working from home. Sorry. There's something within you that is grounded in you. You came out with your own energy, Sagittarius. You came out as the angel. You came out as Sagittarius. That's why this can't shake you. That's why it doesn't affect you. That's how you completely bypass that energy. Because when your morality is grounded in your awareness, there is no point of entry, no way that devil energy can infiltrate. So have you found yourself immune, Sagittarius? Well, let me stop. I was going to be like, well, if Sagittarius is immune, like, let's just put Sagittarius in front and we all single file behind Sagittarius. But we must all ground our reality in ourselves. If we try to ground our reality, if we try to ground our morality in Sagittarian energy, and Sagittarian energy is not our energy, it's not going to work for us. We're not going to get the same results as Sagittarius. Sagittarius's path works for Sagittarius because it is Sagittarius's path. So congratulations, Sagittarius. Very gorgeous, very beautiful, very inspiring. And thank you, Sagittarius, for making it easier for folks like me who will do the work, who can do the work, but that don't really want to. Not that you probably do or did either, but still. Who's next? Virgo. Virgo, you're next. Are Pisces and Scorpio going to be like the last two? Oh, I was supposed to do Pisces when I did Leo. Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Scorpio and Pisces are going to be the last two. It is Scorpio season, so I guess I won't make Scorpio last. But it's Scorpio season, and Scorpio's messing with everybody, so I could make Scorpio last. It's your birthday. What more do you want? Celebrate your birthday and then get over it. I'm kidding. I love Scorpios. 33353. Virgo, 33353. Virgo, I'm already scared. I'm scared of you, Virgo. I'm scared of Virgos. Ever since like February, ever since that new moon Aquarius, it was around the new moon Aquarius, the Lunar New Year of 2020, I think. Virgo's been scary. Virgo was like doing something in that little hermit hidey hole that got this. It's like Virgo went into the hermit cave as Gandalf the Grey, and they're gonna emerge as like Gandalf the White, and you're like, what happened, Virgo? What were you doing in there? In honor of that, we're gonna go right to the alchemy. Virgo, 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 Virgo. Right? Virgo, 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 Virgo. So I didn't change the thing yet. Let me change that. I'm surprised. Oh my gosh. I could have. Virgo, thank you for inspiring me. Virgo, you are my muse. So I have all the cards stacked on my keyboard right now. And every time I change this, I have to backspace. But there are cards by the backspace, and I don't want to knock them all over the floor. So I'm fighting with the cards. But when I went to go change from Sagittarius to Virgo, I was like, oh, if I like double or triple click in the box, it'll highlight everything, and then I can start typing. I don't have to delete character by character. Virgo's like, there's an easier way to do this. I'm like, you know what, Virgo? You're right. This is why I love you. I need you, Virgo. But this, okay, before I tell you what your alchemy is, I almost feel like I want to do this in a little bit of a different way as well. But I don't necessarily know how I want to do this, and I don't necessarily want to tell you what your card is yet, because I love you. It's because I love you, Virgo, that we're gonna pretend like this card isn't. You know what, Virgo? We're gonna pull 2 alchemy cards for you. That would have been interesting for Pisces, but it's yours now, Virgo. I'm kidding. All is as it should be. You got numbers 35 and 54. 35 is an 8, 54 is a 9. So we're going to do this on the left side. We're going to do this on the right side. Excuse me. This is obviously the one that flows in between them. And this is how it manifests. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So, who on their bingo cards? I got them, Holly. Thank you. Who on their bingo cards had swords for Virgo? Who's surprised to see swords in Virgo energy? Oh, I just got a sneak peek at Pisces. Sorry, anyway. It's a title card. So the first alchemy card that you got, Virgo, is what? Oleum vitrioli. The oil of vitriol. You can't spell vitriol without oil. And I was like, ooh, Virgo. Wait. And I was like, oh, where is this going? And I was like, I don't want to leave it like that. So I pulled you a second alchemy card. Your second alchemy card is the Azure Vault. And that's why I was like, oh, this would have been perfect for Pisces because it's so blue, but it's yours. And so then I put the Vitruvian spirit on the oil of vitriol, and it was the Knight of Swords. The Shining Gale. The Shining Winds, sorry. And then I put the Revelations card on the Azure Vault, and it's the Contender, the 5 of Wands. I pulled the Mind in between these two, and your Mind card is the Mind. So, surprise, surprise, Virgo gets the Mind, which is the Page of Swords, but it's the first step in the mastery of the mind. And then I pulled the Body as the manifestation of all of this, and you get the King of Swords. So you effectively have the Page of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the King of Swords. No Queen, which means you're not in pre-justice energy, which just means that like you're not presiding over anyone but you. which is fine, right? We're reeling it in because I love you, Virgo. I love you, Virgo. We're just going to not say that comment. You keep me honest, and I love you for that. And we'll just leave it there. Obviously, I'm going to read these. Now, I thought that the contender was the champion for a second. I really thought it was the Six of Wands, but it's the Five, which is fine. This knight is wearing the mask of truth, a mask of truth, I believe. Um, I don't know if this has a little bit of like Cancerian similarity. Because like Cancer was in between their shells, right? Because it feels like. Okay. It feels like the cheetah is the horse and that the gold is the mask. And so it feels like, I don't know if like you're supposed to take the mask off. Excuse me. Universal Mercury is here as the glyph for, it's just like Mercury. Universal Mercury in the hands of the ferryman in the Six of Swords gives an understanding of paths that allows the ferryman to pick the quickest, safest route to get wherever you want to go. It's like the ferryman has that Capricorn top of the mountain clarity, has the bird's eye view of the parade instead of like being in it. On the other side is the Azure Temple, and we see this fight happening in front of what could be a temple. Low, 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 low key. It could be a little Atlantis energy because the Blue Temple does give like underwater vibes. It's like, before Atlantis was at the bottom of the sea. So just like somebody had a little bit of a dash, a potential sprinkle of Hecate, which might have been Cancer actually. I think it was Cancer because of liminal spaces. You get a little dash of something potentially Atlantean. Again, not necessarily my wheelhouse. Between both of these is the mind, but that manifests as the King of Swords. I've seen this King of Swords recently, and I thought it interesting that he holds the sword, but he doesn't trim these bushes. Yeah, see, I said Hecate, and then I thought of you, and then not too long after, you popped up. I like the Knight of Swords for the Five of Wands because the Knight of Swords and the Five of Wands, like the Knight of Swords isn't necessarily getting lost in the conflict. The Knight of Swords is able to maintain a sort of clarity as things start to go crazy. The Knight of Swords might be the only one that has a shred of rationality as everyone is panicking. And if anyone's going to be the rational one while everyone is panicking, it's Virgo. Unless Virgo is panicking, but usually if Virgo is panicking, then no one else is. I'm sorry. love you, Virgo. Have I mentioned that? Let's start with the blue temple first, actually. The Azure Vault. This is the celestial realm, the imagination, and expansiveness. You did say that. Welcome to the Blue Temple, the home of the alchemical imagination. You have entered a space of new depths, new possibilities. The inner eye opens and you become willing to see in a new way. To see in a new way. To understand this card, one must study blue itself. It is the celestial color of the sky, the ocean, and the peacock's tail. Though potent, blue slips away. Through this color, our imagination threads together experiences both grim and glorious. Think blue films and blue ribbons, the halls of heaven and the harrows of melancholy. We are taken into the depths of mood, of tone, of the rhythm of the blues. The eternal mystery of blue will only deepen as we study it, and this is precisely the point. Leave the cerebral behind. Leave the cerebral behind. Cloak yourself in the sapphire robe and sit quietly in the vault of mysteries. So the mind flows in between them, but it's manifesting as the King of Swords. This King of Swords is sitting very quietly. The King of Swords isn't trimming the hedge because there's no reason to. The Five of Wands would be hacking away at the bush. But Virgo is like, I'm using my earth connection to sense that this one bush sustains much of the wildlife in this area. And if we were to cut this bush, then the bees would go, the flowers would go, the squirrels would go. If this one seemingly insignificant, troublesome, bothersome, worrisome bush, if we were to eliminate it now, would be the very source of an unfathomable amount of problems on an unimaginable scale. So with all that in mind, I think the bush is fine. And you're like, oh my gosh, thank goodness that Virgo read the leaflet. Didn't see that part in the ecology class or whatever. Wait, what? Papucaville? Oh, snap. Well, hold up, wait. Did you tell me about that? Oh, they did end up cutting it. I almost remember you telling me. I feel like maybe you. How recently did you write that? Or were you telling me about something else? I don't know. I wasn't. That wasn't directed at any Virgo in particular. It's just because, like, for me, Virgo was such a. And I've talked about. I feel like I talk about it all the time now. For me, Virgo is such a like a almost behind the scenes energy, but it's everything that make things go as seamlessly as they do. And when we exist in a seamless harmony, we think that we can eliminate one annoyance or one distraction or one inconvenience and it will maintain that harmony. But Virgo being the one also in the energy that sustains, it's like, no, that actually holds together a lot more than you think. That's the glue for the comfort that you have in life, despite your seeming or despite your comparatively irrelevant inconvenience. So yeah, that's it. You talk about it all the time? Okay. Oh no, Kirsty. Oh. So that's the Azure Temple. Now we go to 35. Ooh, hold up, wait. Oh, so maybe that explains this. Anyway, maybe not. Let's continue. Oleum vitrioli, oil of vitriol. This is acidity, resentment, and purification. When the green lion appears, a great alchemical reckoning is afoot. When we got the green lion with a great alchemical reckoning, because somebody is 5 of Wandsing in the blue temple. Virgo said, if you think you're going to 5 of Wands in this sacred space, Virgo's not associated with purification for no reason. You seem to be a toxin that needs to be excised from the body. Virgo's the cleaner. Virgo's been... When the green lion appears, a great alchemical reckoning is afoot. Long-standing frustration and imbalance cause this regal creature to lash out unconsciously, consuming all in its path. Be prepared for emotional turmoil as the lion thrashes about. Don't worry, though. These changes are necessary for growth, and in the end will be a relief to all. Purification is the lion's aim, and it's determined to get there one way or another. When this card appears, the question must be asked, am I the lion or the sun, the one consuming or the one being consumed? It is said that finding oneself in the mouth of a lion is a necessary moment on any spiritual path. As the discomfort passes, the sun's beams shine all the brighter. Ooh, girl. See, all that Virgo is coming into. Hold up, wait. So we're going to have what? North Node, Pisces, South Node, Virgo next. So we're in North Node, Taurus. And then I think in it's not January. Maybe in a year, it'll be North Node, Aries. Yeah, Taurus, Aries, Pisces. So when we start having those eclipses, that full moon Virgo lunar eclipse, that full moon Virgo total lunar eclipse, because I'm pretty sure it'll be a total lunar eclipse, and that full moon Virgo whatever. Get it together now. I'm just playing. Okay, let me focus. Virgo, this feels a little bit like there are certain things that you might not know. There are certain things that spirit might be keeping from you. Okay, let's this works multiple ways. There are certain things that you're allowed to see. It's almost like you're enraged a little bit because there's something for you to gain. Maybe it's for you to find your voice. Maybe it's for you to, whatever it's for you to gain, to become a tool to have in your toolkit. Because I don't necessarily see Virgo as, or feel Virgo as extremely like confrontational or aggressive. Maybe passive aggressive, potentially, but like straight up aggressive, not really. Maybe sometimes you're too passive aggressive and you need to be not full aggressive, but maybe it's just like you need to speak a little bit more plainly. Just be like, hey, this is what's up, blah, 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 right? Not like say something, but not say something. And so maybe there are certain things that incite something within you that like you experience for the purpose, for the point. It's almost like how Cancer, I think, Aries. It was Aries that got the chariot. Aries that got the chariot and the Archangel Commander. But it's like it's because there's something about the power of your voice that you come into. And there may be other things that you don't necessarily see or know because it just wouldn't be good for your health, we'll just say. Because while this mask, like it's like this mask on the horse does two things. It focuses its vision, it gives it direction, but it also blinds it to other things. And so it's kind of sort of like it's not like a pick your fights, pick your battle type of thing. Maybe it's like there are certain things that are for certain people to experience, right? Just because it's maybe there are just certain things for certain people to experience. And if you were aware of what was happening, then you might be tempted to like overstep. And in you overstepping, it might prevent them from having the experience that they need to have to reach the point that it's for them to reach, just like you're reaching the point that is for you to reach by the things that you do experience and that you are aware of. Now, for the first time, I'm pretty sure this is the champion. I'm pretty sure she is the one who will win this fight. She has an evil eye on this thing that she's holding. You see it behind the wand? So it's like she's not actually. It's like she's protected from this conflict in some way. And it almost makes me think of Sagittarius, how they just completely evade devil energy because they're rooted and grounded in themselves. Your card of the mind is the mind. You have Mercury and the mind. It manifests as the King of Swords. So it does almost feel like there's a refinement to this. It's like even if you're full, even if your blood is boiling the oil of vitriol, it's almost like you're going to discover maybe a way to be able to channel that or to communicate it in a way that affects and brings about change. Because people got egos and people be sensitive. And if you say the wrong thing or a tough to hear thing to a person and they know they're wrong, like if they thought that they were right before, but they didn't like how you said it to them, then it's like, well, now they're going to do it anyway because maybe they don't want to look dumb, or maybe they just now, like before they were doing it and they didn't necessarily know, but now they're doing it out of spite because they didn't like how you said what you said, or they're doing it to be petty, or now they're doing it because they know that it's going to upset you. Whereas before it was just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Other people's reasons and motives are their reasons and motives. And it's, again, not for you to necessarily deter anyone from what is for them to experience. Because if they don't listen to you, Virgo, trust that they will learn. That's why I try to listen to Virgo. But the King of Swords is a choosing your battles energy. The King of Swords is the Archangel Commander, is also again, it's like it's owning. It's owning your power. It's owning your voice. And not only when you're provoked to. The provocation is the catalyst that initiates you into that path. But it is for you to reach a point where you don't necessarily always have to be catalyzed into that, where you can just use it when and how you want, and even if you are catalyzed, or you can have a little bit of restraints maybe. The mind is interesting though, because it doesn't necessarily read like your nature is going to change when it comes to the mind. It just feels like your ability to interact, your ability to not be like inundated by it is going to increase. Because you might actually learn to see it as a strength. And any power uncontained can be a burden. Any gift unrestrained can tend to excess, which can tend to decay and rot if there's too much. Too much of a good thing, too much of anything can be a bad thing. More or less, all of you is sacred, Virgo. Has been a lot. Yeah, I can imagine. Excuse me. That was interesting, Virgo. And it does feel like, again, because yours is an energy, like Libra is balance, but Virgo is also, like, Virgo feels like a natural balance, whereas Libra is a very, like, human balance. Or it's a very, like Libra in balance doesn't necessarily feel like the natural world and seasons and cycles and how Gaia and all manifestations of the natural world operate. It's more of those who like interact with it and who interact with each other, like in it, but not necessarily like in it. Virgo is like in it. So, um, I forget where I was going with that, but it's been 4 hours and it's time for me to end this video. Thank y'all for sticking with me, because if I could have been asleep 3 hours ago, I mean, I wouldn't have been asleep 3 hours ago. I probably would have been watching Netflix, but still, you, girl, it's fine. Pisces. I still got Scorpio. Oh, I thought I was almost done for a hot second. No. It's fine. Scorpio, it's your birthday. You don't need a reading, right? This whole season is about you. Scorpio, since it's your birth, since the sun is in Scorpio right now, like all of these are for you. So just go through, pick a time, pick and choose, cherry pick. If you like it, take it. I'm kidding. We'll see how I feel after Pisces. Oh, goodness. Pisces, you're going to be 4:05. We'll say 12. Pisces. Ooh, almost knocked the Santa Muerte box off of the. Hello? What is happening? What is happening right now? There's a ladybug. Apparently, I accidentally opened Microsoft Edge. What is this? And there's like a ladybug on a blade of grass, which is interesting. I saw a ladybug at work the other day. It was just like flew up. Yep, just double clicking it highlights everything. I don't have to fight with cards to try to get to the backspace button. Thank you, Virgo. Something about Virgo just makes everything make sense. So Pisces, your body is the Strength Lo Scarabeo title card. What you doing, Pisces? Pisces in the body. Jupiter is back in Pisces, so if Pisces isn't in Pisces' body, I'm not surprised. Pisces is back in Pisces land. So let's check your mind. Let's build up. Oh, hold it. Somebody had an energy. It was early, either Taurus or Capricorn, I think, had an energy where the body was fluid. And it was like, this is a pretty easy transition for the body. You might experience growing pains because that's what happens when things are stretching and whatever. Pisces is, your mind is in the space of integration. So the body is this title card. The mind is an integration. The revelation spirit is the wheel of life. The Vitruvian spirit is sacred fire, which is the Ace of Wands. Sacred fire, the wheel of life, integration, and a title card in the body. I mean, if we're integrating this wheel of life, sacred fire, yeah, I can imagine the body not knowing what the freak is going on. But bodies are created to house spirits. They are literally vessels that hold minds and hearts and everything. And I think sometimes they can do a little bit more than we give them credit for. Not to say that they don't come with growing pains, though, because they do. Your alchemy, Pisces, is Caput Corvi, the raven's head. Putting a raven's head on a Pisces body. Who was that? Let's see. I'm going to Google. Oh, we're consulting Google now. It's 1222 1222. I told you I've been seeing them. Raven headed Egyptian god. Nephthys, a goddess. Who are you associated with? Consort of Set, Osiris, Horus, and Anubis. Isis, Osiris, Horus, and Set are siblings. Offspring, Anubis, what? Okay, girl. Daughter of Nut and Geb, typically paired with her sister Isis in funerary rites because of their role as protectors of the mummy and the god Osiris, and as the sister wife of Set. But who are like you? What do you do? Associated with mourning, the night, darkness, service, childbirth, the dead, protection, magic, health, embalming, and beer. Associated with beer. Okay. I saw there was a somebody posted on Facebook. It was a picture of two crows, and they were like attempted murder in progress. And I was like, is it, or is it a conspiracy? Is it a conspiracy of ravens or is it a murder of crows? And I say that because Steph posted, I'm pretty sure, on her community posts, it was like a difference between crows and ravens. Like one has like a pointed tail and fluffy feathers, and like ravens are bigger than crows or something like that. I read it, but then the information was like kind of gone. Anyway, an investigation of a dead bird. Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. Where the book go? It's literally right here. The Raven's Head is number 47. XLVII 47. This comes after Scintillate, Sparks of Light. Caput's Corvi, or Caput Corvi. This is initiation, the ordeal, and the work begins. Though alchemy is filled with a myriad of open-ended symbols, the Raven's Head has a precise message. It arrives to mark the beginning of the work. This card indicates something has occurred, known or unknown, to initiate the spinning of the alchemical wheel. To initiate the spinning of the wheel. With these sphinxes, it might be unknown, Pisces. It might be. It doesn't necessarily have to be unknown with the sphinx, but it's like if it's known, there's something that's unknown about it, or it's not necessarily straightforward, potentially. Anyway, this card indicates something has occurred to initiate the spinning of the alchemical wheel. With its mighty churning, the alchemical wheel. No, with its mighty churning, things are about to change on every level. The raven's work cannot be undone, just as the pill cannot be unswallowed, or the pearl turned back to sand. You may be overwhelmed or think the journey ahead is not for you. Your doubts matter not to the raven, as its appearance signifies it has chosen you. You are ready, and the moment is now. Can you go back to the way things were? Can you pretend nothing has changed? The raven caws a clear no. Cough the raven no. Or quoth the raven. Ain't no going back. Sorry. Are you ready for sorry. The perfect storm through Pisces? If you hide in the water, can the raven still get you? I'm just kidding. Asking for a friend who's a Pisces, Taurus sun and moon, but not me. How is it a Taurus sun and moon? Obviously, it's a Pisces rising, okay? The raven caws a clear no. It does not apologize, as it knows your destiny is great. The body is in the title card. The mind is in integration. Spirit is the sacred fire, which is spirit, and the wheel of life. It's an initiation, Pisces. The wheel of life that's spinning. This little yin yang is about to be spinning. I mean, I feel like there isn't much to say here. I feel like somebody else had a merging energy. Leo, because it was the space where fire and water meet. Because as I'm looking at this, it's almost like these two, like the eagle and the swan, like these are spinning into each other. And then it feels like they combine into this sort of thing. And then there's this like, I'm tired. It's late. Pisces. So There are 5 pearls here. If we count each of these as a pearl in the wheel of life, this mentioned the spinning, the beginning of the spinning of the alchemical wheel. So there are 5 pearls. I don't know if the crow is bringing the first pearl. I think the crow is bringing the first pearl. And it's an initiation, and it's reading like Flursa. Flursa is a pearl, but with the line in front of it. So I don't know if we got to assemble that pearl or if we can choose to not see it. But it feels like it's the first of many. I would say, as a person reading this, I don't want to use the word insidious, misleading. I mean, sphinxes are on top and bottom. Sphinxes are all over this wheel of life. One of the ravens broke away from the conspiracy, gave Pisces a pearl. Pisces is like, oh, what's this? Has some realization, has a thought that Pisces just can't get rid of. Starts to question everything. Everything's unraveling. It's like, yeah, it gets deep, deep. The body doesn't know what's going on because so much is happening in the mind and the spirit. Feels like one of those mutaty, like, you know what I mean? Arms coming out the back and going back inside. And it's interesting. It's making me think of a cocoon. And I've been seeing a few like caterpillar videos pop up, but they've all been moths. And I didn't realize that they actually go through several processes of like shedding their skin before they go into the cocoon phase. And then they like eat it. I'm like, what? Or at least the one moth, the caterpillar that I watched, it was like eating the skin. It would like shed and then eat it. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, snap. A swan was her swain. Zeus would turn into anything and get people pregnant. Oh my gosh. Anyway, what was I talking about? There are literally sphinxes all over this thing. Hold up. Oh, that's a person. I was like, is this Sphinx? Hold up. I see some Libra scales. Because I'm looking at the Sphinxes and then I see these people standing next to the Sphinxes. And that's why I was like, are there 4 Sphinxes? But now I'm like, are these Sphinxes that come in the guise of people? I don't know what's happening, Pisces. Do you know what's happening, Pisces? This might be like Leo. If you know, you know. If you're part of this conversation, if you're going through this initiation, it's something for you. Leo? No, who had the Gemini had that title card? I mean, I feel like there isn't much to say. The Ace of Scepters is the awakening. The Wheel of Life, it's the destiny turning. The awakening, destiny turning. I mean, Sagittarius is doing something that's affecting the collective. You're both ruled by Jupiter, so maybe something that Sagittarius did, trickle something. Maybe you're doing something, boom, boom, initiation, something. I don't know. It's late. I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. Oh, Jupiter, the Wheel of Life. Sagittarius got the angel, Temperance Sagittarius. Now, you didn't get the moon, but you did get your planetary ruler. So maybe there is something that between the energy of Pisces and Sagittarius being ruled by Jupiter, Jupiter making his transit back into Pisces after being in Aries. So it's almost like when Jupiter was in Aries, maybe it's like Jupiter in Aries was very like a trial run, a demo, a test period of something. And now it's almost like as Jupiter retrogrades back into Pisces, it's going back to the drawing board, or it's going back to like pitch more ideas. It was like a what's the thing called, like a test screening where you get the feedback and then you go and you decide like what you can incorporate, so that when Jupiter re-enters Pisces, hopefully maybe it's going to incorporate some of the stuff that it learned after its first whatever. I already pulled all the cards that I can pull, unless I go for more. I mean, it can also be said that like there's the pearl that's the eagle, and the pearl that's the swan. These could also be pearls. There are pearls all over this. So your challenge, Pisces, might be to figure out how all of these things work together. Maybe that's why the body is in the space of the title card. Because it's almost like all of this is happening in the mind and in spirit. Both spirit and the mind have an influence on the body. The body also influences both of those, but it's like it takes less spirit to influence the body than it takes for the body to influence spirit. And the same is true of spirit and the mind and the body. Right? It's almost like it's easier to go down than it is to go up. You can still go up, but it just takes a lot more effort. Because going up is like getting less dense, more abstract, more dispersed. It's like you got to break it up in order for it to just like for it to be light enough or whatever. Right? So maybe that's why it's like the physical, the body, the 3D might be coming into a little bit of a pause as you are building and deciding, right? And however you assemble this is how you're going to interact with it, how you're going to project it, how you're going to use it, how you're going to do whatever with it that you do. And then that's going to influence the 3D or your experience in the 3D in some way. Okay. But besides that, I think there is also something interesting. Sacred fire is the awakening. So something is integrating with the body here. The sacred fire is integrating with the body. And that's this sort of destiny point. So this is almost like Gemini. And it's almost like I feel like somebody else had an energy too. Because with Gemini, it's like it was important for Gemini to not be so caught up in what their experience has been up to now that they don't see or utilize the richness in the environment and its ability to cultivate and grow whatever it is that they're planting, to the point where they like grow the things that they always got. Space in Gemini had literally been cleared for something. The space is made ready. You got all the seeds. You just gotta distance yourself enough from the past to allow a brand new future. And it feels like it's kind of sort of almost like there's a similar thread here. But the sacred fire is like a burning truth. Okay. I feel like I've banged my head against that wall for long enough. Let's move on to Scorpio. Scorpio, please be nicer to me. I did your reading. I'm doing your reading, I guess. I feel like I'm making up for all that time I wasn't on. Scorpio, we're going to say you are 42620, 42026. Oh, I did that backwards. 42620. Oh. And I will. Oh, come on. Come on. That was going to be like 42640. Yep, we're going to say 42640 because I was fighting with the keyboard. Scorpio. I feel like Scorpio was laughing at me. I feel like Scorpio was sitting in the bottom of the ocean doing whatever Scorpio was doing, watching everybody flounder. Like, now you know what it feels like. I'm kidding. It's interesting because it almost feels like Scorpio has a little bit of that clarity that Capricorn has. By acclimating to its environment rather than either trying to take itself out of it or by being like forced out of it by other people. Now, a Scorpio acclimation is kind of different than a Capricorn acclimation because Scorpio is Scorpio and Capricorn is Capricorn. Scorpio, for you, since it is your season, instead of pulling at the top, I'm going to read the card at the bottom. The cards that have been sitting at the bottom of these decks this whole time. Be kind to a Scorpio. I mean, it will be whatever it is, but. So you, Iosis, reddening. Number 15. Almost makes me think of Isis or Osiris. Interesting. The 10 of Pentacles. Speaking of moths or whatever this thing is, a motherfly. The dream, 6 of water. We return to the realm of water. The hallowed flame, which is the sacred fire in the Revelations edition. The awakening again. And the bereaved, which is Isis. Before she resurrects or as she's resurrecting Osiris. Scorpio, this was so gorgeous. So gorgeous until you had to bring up our painful pasts. Kidding, this is all about you. So, Scorpio, I'm going to read the reddening first. The reddening. Excuse me. This is life force, kundalini, and blood. The reddening indicates a full expression of the word. Hold up, wait. Are we not about to have a full moon Scorpio? No, it's full moon Taurus lunar eclipse. I started with Taurus and I ended with Scorpio. I didn't super intentionally do that. Definitely didn't super intentionally end with Scorpio, even though I probably teased it a few times. The reddening of the moon that's about to happen here soon in a few days. Everything is alive. Wait, the reddening indicates a full expression of the work. Everything is alive. The heart pumps, the cells celebrate, and blood sings its way through the body, which is the Ten of Pentacles. Okay, definitely singing. What was dormant has been awakened. What was once considered base is now noble. Aches and pains are integrated, shadows are acknowledged and interwoven. When the reddening card appears, it signifies health, power, a climaxing of the work, a coalescing of what has been learned. The laboratory is no longer separate from the alchemist or from the work, but the three are now one. What occurs in the body is reflected in the world and vice versa. Through the process of reddening, we move out of the head and into the physical body. More specifically, we reach the heart. It is there that the alchemist finds the sacred ingredients of power and kindness. Okay, Scorpio. All right, okay, all right. Well, it feels fairly accurate so far. What this means for you as an individual, I don't know. Taurus had this kind of sort of like north nodey, maybe ecliptic energy. You're holding south nodey, maybe ecliptic energy as well. Again, when I read a sign, sometimes it ain't like necessarily a specific like sun, moon, rising. Sometimes they're like collective. Sometimes it might be a transit that's going through that sign. You know what I mean? Anyway, just throwing that little caveat out there for you, Scorpio, for some reason, apparently. What I like about this is Scorpio, for you and because of you. We got Sagittarius helping us out. We got Scorpio helping us out. It's like there is so much that is possible right now in this season in particular, for whatever reason. I mean, we get sets of eclipses every year. Not to say that anyone is any less significant or whatever, but it's not like a once in a lifetime thing. So I guess my question is this related to the eclipse? Or is there something bigger going on that's almost using the eclipse as a window of opportunity to introduce itself, to draw nearer to the physical world as the veils thin in your season, Scorpio? A thinning, reddening veil. There's this, like the Ten of Pentacles and the Dream are like both gorgeous energies. And it almost feels like the energy of Scorpio is bringing up a painful dream, or it's bringing up a dream lost, because she's looking on like this life that she wanted to have with this person that is obviously not there. And it feels like that is bringing up the Three of Swords energy. But with the Ten of Pentacles, we can still experience the dream. It might change. The face might be different. The place might be different. But it's almost like we have to recognize, see, realize, let go of, or embrace what the dream was to get what it will be, to be reborn and resurrected. And maybe the fact that Osiris doesn't have his, piece anymore, it just means it's almost like what was before was before. What is now, and what will be is what will be. But certain things that have passed, it's not for them to continue. There's much more, there's much greater. And again, like Gemini, if we've given ourselves the opportunity to live and experience life, to continue to grow, then maybe we'll realize that some of the things that we wanted at some point wouldn't necessarily fulfill us in the same way now that they might have before. It's almost like this red is bringing color into, it's almost like dreaming and manifesting and wishing and desiring creates an outline. The red brings color, brings it to life, literally. Puts blood in its veins, makes it capable of manifesting and holding form on the physical side of things. This is like so gorgeous and so powerful. We're gonna say this is like collective Scorpio, and I'm gonna pull cards off the top to get an individual. But this is what's motivating everything. If this is what's motivating everything, then it's just like, it's almost like the closer a sign is to its natural state, to its core, the more gorgeous or beautiful or easier this transit will be. The further, the more difficult. For Gemini, it wasn't necessarily a further or closer, it's just the multiplicity of Gemini. And so if Gemini falls too far on one side of its duality, then it puts it out of touch and disconnected from the other. And there have been quite a few, Taurus, Cancer. I feel like there was one more sign that was in the middle, in between, and it was supposed to be. Who had the star? Was that Cancer? I'm pretty sure that was Cancer. Between the two streams. So more personally, Scorpio, your alchemy is Unus Mundus, synchronicity, which is number 63, a 63-9 for this 15-6. The body is the Chariot. So here we see the Chariot again. Is this? No, it's the second time. Who else got the Chariot? Was that No, Aries. Aries got the Chariot and the Archangel Commander. Aries is you share Mars, right? The mind is flowering. Oh my gosh. I think this is like the King of Pentacles. Or is it the Queen? It might be the Queen, actually. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Scorpio! What is going on? What's going on with the Scorpios? Vitruvian is the pugilist. 9 of Scepters. Nine of Scepters with the Ace of Scepters. The Vitruvian is the Scarlet Shield. with the bereaved. Queen of Swords, Three of Swords, giving you 4 swords altogether. 9 of Wands, Ace of Wands, giving you 10 Wands. But this is a 10 of Wands burden that you can bear. It doesn't feel like it overburdens you. Maybe it's because of everything else that's here. So let's read synchronicity, unus mundus. Is that one world? Where we're circled together. Source, destiny, the miraculous message. The unus mundus is the presiding deity of alchemy. The presiding deity of alchemy with this deity looking figure on this floating petal cloud. Girl, so Scorpio, it only gets more gorgeous for you personally, apparently. Scorpio's like, oh, this is what we bring everybody. Like, Scorpio's like, okay, everyone else gets the overflow, which is good, which is great. But if that's the overflow, imagine what's in the actual cup. You know what I mean? The unus mundus is the presiding deity of alchemy. It arrives to remind us that we are not alone in our queries on our journey. What are we here to do? What pulls us forward? Unanswerable questions are timeless fuel for the flames of transformation. Mystics before us have uttered the same questions while tinkering in their laboratory. Do not underestimate the brave act of your attention to the details of your daily life, to the ecology of our world. What you notice matters. You matter. When this card arrives, sacred messages abound. Everything is a living symbol, a synchronicity. Its guidance is sent directly from the alchemists who have come before you to encourage you along the way. See the deeper meaning of what is in front of you. In this very moment, the new eye opens. The Chariot, flowering, the Pugilist, and the Scarlet Shield. The Scarlet Shield is the power and authority of air. Mars is retrograding Gemini. Saturn is direct in Aquarius? Or is this still... I'm pretty sure Saturn is direct right now. Mars and Gemini. Where's my iPad? Here we go. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Oh, I don't have my whatchamacallit on. Boo. Chart. Oh, I should have went to chart for now. Mars 25 degrees retrograding Gemini. Saturn direct in Aquarius. Nothing is in Libra. I'm looking for air. See what the power and authority of air is. Power and authority of air is a Mars-Saturn trine in Gemini and Aquarius. I love whenever, I personally love whenever Saturn and Mars are an aspect. I also like that the dream is here. Mars and Gemini feels like that 5 of Wands that somebody got earlier. I'm pretty sure it was Gemini. Gemini got that 5 of Wands. But it was all about like trying new things to see like what resonates, or to see what has good vibes, or to see what tends towards harmony, prosperity, growth. stuff like that. And to see what things tend towards, not necessarily that. Saturn in Aquarius is like, because Aquarius is future forward thinking. With Saturn being there, it actually feels like Saturn in Aquarius can be a good thing, because Saturn would be able to tell us what we need to do to actually get there. You know what I mean? To bring that future a little closer. It gives us an action plan. Trining Mars, which is the action, and Gemini, which is down to try anything. But it's retrograding Gemini. If I sprinkle a little personal sort of flavor, or if I project my personal, I guess not only my personal experience, but some of what I've been also witnessing, it's that, like, me personally and some of the people that I know, it's like we're revisiting things that we had planned on doing in the past, but from a different area, from a different space, from like a much cleaner energy. And again, it's Gemini. Because Gemini's was that, like, if you get one wish and it's going to be granted, do you want that wish when, like, you're 2 years old and you want a bear that is going to be replaced in a week, or that you're not, like, it's not even going to be there? No, some people hold on to their things. Yeah, sure. Or it's like, would you rather get that wish when you're a little bit more capable, you have a little bit more experience in life and living? And it's something that you can get that will improve your life, or that will matter for a significantly longer period of time. I forgot where I was going with that. That train is gone. Gemini. Mars and Gemini. Yeah, revisiting things. That's why. But from a different perspective, with more knowledge, more wisdom, with more self-awareness. And so even if we revisit a concept, actually, now that I'm talking about it, I can think of somebody else. It's just like life has changed. And maybe the first time we encountered something, it didn't work, or it was made less favorable because of what life was at that point. But after a certain amount of time, or after certain circumstances and situations change, it looks a little bit more favorable. And it could be sort of going back to something or revisiting something, but not necessarily in the same way. And the outcome won't be the same because we're not the same. Obviously, that's not something that involves another human being, because we're all, like Holly said, on our own journeys. Right? And free will is a thing that exists for all of us. So we don't get to decide what someone else does or doesn't do. But maybe that's also the thing about these snakes, sort of like all wrapping around on their own tails. Obviously, you don't have to be revisiting something. But it feels like, again, Saturn and Aquarius can give us an action plan to actually make that a reality. And I'm trying to think of another planet that might be helpful there, like maybe Mercury. Like Mars, obviously, for much of the same reason, but Mars doesn't have the same scope that Saturn has. Pluto's going to be in Aquarius here pretty soon. So, because Pluto is going to be transiting into Aquarius, soon. It feels like a certain foundation is being set right now. To make its transit easier. Almost like we have an opportunity to get a head start. So, Scorpio, I've talked about a lot of people and energies that aren't necessarily yours, but this is still for you, obviously. This is interesting because it's almost like you might be getting back synchronicities. It's not a back synchronicity. Your intuition, discernment, guidance might be leading you to things that are going to have bigger impacts and implications than you might necessarily think. Like it feels like it's gorgeous up front, but it feels like it's also going to unfold into something even more. So with the 9 of Wands, it's like, do be diligent and determined, but also be flexible and open with the power and authority of air being here. Excuse me, again, that being the Mars Saturn trine. And it's going to get stronger as Saturn continues moving direct. Because I know I'm going to have my third Saturn return early January. But I don't know if Mars is going to still be in Gemini at that point. I'm trying to think of if that trine will be like exact. Oh my gosh, that's like in 2 months. A lot can happen in 2 months. Mars retrograde 17 degrees. Saturn is going to be 20 degrees. So their trine is going to be exact as Mars is retrograding and as Saturn is moving direct. Because I'm pretty sure Mars is already like past Saturn. Yeah, Mars is currently 25. So that trine is going to be exact at some point. Oh, snap. Love that. This Chariot is another card with a lot of people depicted in it, which is almost carrying that, like, we all have a part to play energy. And we all participate in moving the world forward. So, Scorpio, thank you. I've been saying thank you this whole time. I get down with Scorpio, even though Scorpio had me in the little wash bin, putting me up and down the scrubber, dunking me. As soon as I get a little bit of air, dunk me again. But again, it feels like there's purpose behind it. It feels like it's because of what's coming or what is to come. And if the reddening and the Ten of Pentacles and the dream and everything else wasn't clarifying enough, it's like, I don't know. But that's kind of sort of the thing about kind of sort of being human that sucks. It's that we have memory and that our bodies and minds and hearts and maybe even souls, depending, can hold trauma and just memory. So it's like, well, everything is changing, but like, how do I make sure that I am in a space to receive it, you know? Oof, I would do fine. Like, I have to shuffle these cards anyway. So I might as well do it. Like, because even if I don't shuffle them on camera, I'm going to shuffle them off camera. But it's already been 5 hours. Whoa, it just went back to Capricorn. We're going to say 45600 is the end. Everyone accounted for. No one skipped. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but you're not getting done. I guess y'all have been here for a hot minute. I already put some of the cards back and shuffled them. I already put the SKT back. But if y'all want some, since y'all have been here, Sandra, Kirsty, Holly, I don't know if y'all want just like whatever. Should I ask Bixby first? This is what I'm going to do because I'm tired. I'm like, I would ask Bixby to randomly choose, but then I don't want to do that. I will. It's fine. I feel like y'all understand. If it's meant to be, it'll be. So I'll ask Bixby to choose a number between 1 and 4. No. I'll ask Bixby to choose a number between 1 and 4. Excuse me, ma'am. I'll ask Siri because my mom told me not to ask Bixby to roll a d4. 1 is Sandra, 2 is Holly, 3 is Kirsty, 4 is I'm going to bed. Bixby Bay, roll a d4. You can't hear. Oh, Siri said 4, but you can't hear Siri. So I'm going to turn this up and we're going to redo it. Roll a d4. Why are you not talking? Hello? Oh, because I didn't say, hey, Siri. Duh. Hey, Siri, roll a d4.
Okay, 2.
It's 2. Holly. What you want, Holly? You want anything? You want to pass it? Wait, could you hear my mom in the background? I was gonna be like, they can hear you, but I didn't know if y'all could or not, so I didn't. What am I doing, Holly? It's your choice. Do 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 do. For Kirsty. All right, Kirsty. How am I doing this? Am I doing one of each? Is there like one card that you want? You tell me which ones you want or which one you want. I can do all of them. It's up to you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, it seems like Kirsty has left the building, so I will follow suit. I'm just kidding. Kirsty, where are you? 1. Okay, you want one card from like which deck? The Alchemy deck, the Mini Santa Muerte. You don't know. So I have the Osho Zen Tarot, the SKT Revelations, which is the one with color, the SKT Vitruvian, which is the sepia toned one, and Alchemy. I also still have the dragons somewhere. Oh, they're over there. The SKT. Okay, we've narrowed it down to SKT. You want the sepia toned SKT, or do you want the colorful one? Revelations or Vitruvian? Pulling right off the top, you get the stronghold of the Zephyrs, herald of consummating. The heralds come with messages in this deck. So we will see what this message is. What is the message? Oh, are you serious? Are we really doing this right now, Kirsty? So the Herald of the Zephyrs is carrying a message for you from the Herald of the Flame, which is also carrying a message from somebody else. So this seems like really roundabout, like maybe it's not necessarily roundabout, maybe it's something that affects multiple areas and aspects. Or it's something that I don't want to say holds attention from many oh, interesting. So the Herald of the Flame is coming up with the message of the moon, which is the necromancer in this deck. The bottom of the deck is Sacred Cinnabar, which is the consummating, which is the Ace of Swords. So this is very like, I love that we get the Ace of Swords with the Moon card, because it is a certain level of clarity, but I don't know if it will necessarily like, it's almost like I don't know if it'll make sense to other people. You know what I mean? But it does to you. It's also interesting that the Herald of the Consummating had to go through the Herald of, it's the Herald of the Awakening to get to the Gateway of Resurrection to end up at the Consummating. So it feels like this really like drawn out, this really long process that gets you back to basically like this is what it all culminates in. The Herald of the Awakening coming out with the Gateway of Resurrection is very interesting. This could also be like forgotten truths too. And a very fun. No! I'm about to block you. You're getting blocked. That's my mom, for y'all that don't know. That is my mother. The one who was like, don't ask Bixby, just do it. I could have just did it. Shoot, maybe I will just do it. See, what's interesting about this is, though, it's almost like you have this understanding of something. Or it's like you almost have this understanding of something, but it's like there's this minor detail that gets revealed that puts everything. Oof. Okay, now I shouldn't have said anything, but thank you. Aquarius. I should have just blocked her. Okay. I think I told her that last time she popped up. I was like, I'm going to block you. I was like, don't comment. Anyway, back to you, Kirsty. It just feels like there's something that maybe you didn't have a lot of clarity on for a long time. But it feels like first, like there's a thought or an idea that you get introduced to. And then over time or at some point, that idea starts to like gain traction. And then it becomes something that I don't know how to, it's like, because the sword becomes the wand fire produces light. It's that light that's produced that gets you to see something in the dark that you hadn't seen before, and that's what leads to like this major epiphany realization. So I guess get ready for that. And then you have the Four of Wands, the Demiurge, in the Vitruvian. The Demiurge is the one, as far as I know, who is capable of reshaping their reality. So whatever this is, it empowers you or puts you in a position to be able to redefine your life in a way, to recreate your world. Oh, snap. Well, maybe something will be in that book for you. All right, Sandra and Holly, since Mom said just do it, I'm gonna let y'all. Did I put those? I did put those back in the deck. It's fine though. I am gonna shuffle these a little bit though. I'm gonna keep the cards out that are already out. But all right, Sandra, Holly. Just let me know how many you want, and which decks you want them from. Which I got the SKT, I got the Osho Zen, I have the Santa Muerte, and the Wild and Known Alchemy. And I'll just pull the card for you. No problem. It's very exciting. It feels like an epiphany of all epiphanies. Oh, look, the Six of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands. Look, the grandfather clock on that. Okay. Do you want Sandra? Sandra going once. Sandra going twice. Sandra going twice. What time is it? I'm trying to get some good food tomorrow. Ooh, Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups and the Eight of Cups leading to the... Look at that. The Ace of Cups and the Eight of Cups, but the Ace, like as you Eight of Cups, the Ace is already coming in. Wow. 623. Oh my gosh. Come what may. Gotcha. Which deck do you want, Sandra? Should I ask a question? Sure, I'll read me at the end of this. Why not? Or do you want me to just pull like one of it? Any? I could ask Bixby. but I'm not going to do that because my mother told me not to. So I'm just going to pull you a Wild Unknown Alchemy card. It's in my hands, and then we'll go from there. Oh. Ooh, interesting. You get speculum, which is glass. It's number 30 as well. This is interesting. It almost makes me think of that first energy I got with Kirsty's in a way. I don't know if this is also something that's happening, but it's like this glass allows you to see. Is this the looking glass? Speculum, spectate, spectacle, specule. It's like to look to see. And then glass. So it's like a looking glass. I don't know. Anyway, it's like it allows you to see. It's like it's a clarity because you can see how everything else is like blurry and foggy. But more than clarity, it also allows you to see in color. Let's read speculum. It could very well be a time for your annual exam. This is transparency, focus, and seeing. Glass transmits a sacred exchange between the alchemist and their work. Through the glass vessel, the alchemist sees their work, and the work sees the alchemist. What was once clouded in confusion becomes focused. What was once veiled becomes obvious. How are you currently seeing the world? What is your perspective? The glass card can be thought of as the gift of true perception. With it, you naturally focus on what is most central in your life. All else falls into the periphery. The next right action becomes clear. Glass is fragile by nature and requires regular cleaning. So find daily practices that align your vision to what is true. It's easy to slip into an old mode of seeing, particularly someone else's. So hold steady to your new alchemical lenses. Their power is mighty. Ooh, way the clarity. I think so too. I really like that, like focus on what is central, and all else will fall by the wayside. It feels more though that like everything else will sort of like be taken care of. It does feel a little bit like a vision too. I don't know if vision is one of your gifts or if clairvoyance or if you like have a clear or whatever. Doesn't necessarily matter. I would say like I don't know, I almost want to say like ask the question that you most truly desire to know the answer to, and spirit will show you or will show you a path or something like that. I've been watching The Sandman, and the fates, the three sisters, whoever they are, they'll say like, oh, that wasn't the right question, like you didn't ask the right question. If you would have asked the right question, then we could have helped you avoid whatever. But I don't know if it was a reading I saw or if I don't know, but it was like asking the right questions, like you're asking the right questions. Yeah, no problem. Maybe do that too. I don't know. That's interesting. Is there anything else with glass? I don't know. I think it's just like more of that clarity. Because glass, it doesn't remove a barrier. Like glass is a barrier, but it's not one that introduces like distortion. You know what I mean? And so too, it might be that like maybe there's something that you get insight or clarity on, or maybe there's something that like you want to get insight or clarity on, but it's almost like you don't want it to like affect you or something like that. Or I don't know, it feels like there's also like an element of protection to it. Protection through that separation. It's like when you go to the zoo and so the animals don't like eat you. You can see them through the glass. I don't know. Excuse me. A moment of clarity can be a mighty thing. I'm still like putting these cards away. You can probably tell that that's what I'm doing, but I guess I figured I'd tell you. We're gonna put the Santa Muerte back first. Gonna give these some shuffles. Oh, you did? Nice. Only 10:30. Whew. It's gonna be a zoo out there, Sandra, but you're gonna be protected on the other side of the enclosure. So I hope you have your popcorn. I'm just fine. I'm kidding. The Two of Swords with the Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. The Two of Swords is this pair of scissors. I feel like this is the most antique anatomy tarot card I've seen so far. Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. This Two of Swords is reading less like the typical like indecision, impasse, whatever. Are these more cards? Hello, did I not put you back? I mean, obviously I didn't, but I really thought I did. Oh, it looks like I got all the Santa Muerte though. It's like it looks like this is meant to be a garment. So whatever is being excised, whatever is being cut, whatever is being removed, it's for a purpose, it's for a reason. It's almost like it's not something isn't necessarily being removed in the way that we think it is. It's like trimming the fat or trimming the excess. And then if you want to make something with the scrap, you can. We did see the Two of Swords in the. Hey, look, there's a moth. Speaking of the caterpillars, we did see the Two of Swords and the SKT, which is referring to divine judgment, or it's using senses that aren't just your, eyeballs, your ears, higher senses, using higher senses, okay? Being in a position of trusting. Oh my. What time did you wake up, Kirsty? If it's 6, because you've been here for a minute. I'm like trying to put these cards away so slowly. I'm starting to get hungry. I'm starting to get thirsty. I'm warm. Okay, I need to speed this up. Let's go. Let's go. I should have made my mama mine so she can accidentally block people. I'm like, why did you do that? She's like, I didn't know what I was doing. Anyway. There we go. Everything is now back in the deck. Final alchemy card. Love the clarity. Excuse me. Okay. Alchemy. Oh! No. I'll take this card, sure. So our final card from the Wild Unknown Alchemy, believe it or not, it's gold. Bottom of the deck is Solutio, dissolution. What, are we dissolving the gold that we worked so hard to make? We'll read Aurum. Aurum is number 26. Excuse me. This is illumination, splendor, and culmination. The alchemist's gold is no ordinary gold. It is not found in rings or coins or necklaces. It is a substance buried deep within, sometimes referred to as gold of the wise, philosophic gold, the ethereal stone, or the divine quintessence, among countless other names. For our purposes, we seek not the physical metal, but the mystical essence within each alchemist. How do we recognize it? It mimics qualities of the metal itself, soft and radiant, and its planetary counterpart, the sun, warm and bright. It's no wonder gold is associated with the heart. When this card arrives, there is something of incredible value at hand. It is marvelous and rare. Cherish it, get to know its properties and its source. The gold card carries a distinct shadow. If mistaken for a purely physical material, it can lead to greed and excess, causing the alchemists to lose their way. Reverence is the key. So here we have the gold of the wise with the Solutio. Like, this dissolution is the process of getting to the gold inside. So it's just like, almost like, oh gosh, I really just threw that right onto the floor. I'm like super tired now. I'm like out of I need to get through this readings mode, and I am firmly into the okay, it's time to go to bed mode. No, I can't find it. It's fine. I'll get it. If you hear the clinking, don't judge me. Okay. I mean, you can. Go ahead, judge me. Oh, I knew it wasn't in here. Where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Aw, thanks, Holly. But yeah, it's like we're finding the gold, digging for gold, nose gold, fool's gold, black gold. There's gold and then there are nostrils. How do you? I don't know. I guess you could just be like, "Hey, you got a booger in your nose." Because I went to a wedding with my friend, and she was like, "Your friend has a booger in his nose," and I'm like, "Okay, well, why couldn't you just tell him? What am I supposed to do with that information?" I'm like, "I don't even see it." And then I don't want to. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. These are some gorgeous energies. And again, it feels like opportunity for happiness and fulfillment on a level that maybe we would have never necessarily thought possible, or that we wouldn't have had the capacity to receive in the way that we're going to be able to receive it because of everything that's transpiring. Is like it's happening. So you have to say, you just got to say. I was like, well, it was. I was like, maybe someone else would be kind enough. I went to work with shredded pants, and my boss, she didn't tell me. And then someone else came in and she was like, I got a question. And she's like blunt, okay? She's the one that's not going to sugarcoat like anything. She was like, did you know that we can see your underwear? I was like, no, what are you talking about? She was like, yeah, the back of your pants are like mesh. And I was like, what? And she was like, I guess my boss was like, I didn't know if that was the style. I'm like, no, that's not the style. That's not what I was going for. But anyway, I appreciated her saying it because I'm glad I wasn't walking around all day. It is like it looks intentional with how like meshy it is. I don't know how it happened. She was like, "You didn't notice that when you left this morning?" I was like, "No, I didn't." I bought these new pants and they're all garbage. They didn't. I literally just saw that yesterday. It was a Billy and Mandy clip. It's like you can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. Anyway. Osho Zen Tarot. I see patience and completion. Oh, what? Patience and completion? Okay. Love that. Basically. Okay. Osho Zen. Osho Zen Tarot. Did a card flip over? I don't think it did. Yes, it did. We are the world, the 10 of rainbows. Again, echoing, mirroring that as we all walk our own paths and embrace our individual paths right now, and then as we come together and embrace each other's individuality, we can cover more bases, basically. Love it. Bottom of the deck is the source. Wow. Okay, well. Oh, snap. Well, that's when I would be upset. Like expensive and oh no. Because the ones I mean, I don't know. I guess they weren't too expensive, but still. And I liked them too. They were good pants. I feel like the only pants that rip are pants that I like. And it's not until I start to like a pair of pants that they start to rip. It's like, why can't it be the pants that I don't even like? That I only wear because I need to do laundry. You know what I mean? Why can't those pants be the ones that go? Why is it always my favorites? Favorite pants, favorite shoes. Ooh, the Magician and the Initiate. The Magus and the Initiate. Okay. Something. It feels like it's almost like an empowerment more than anything. As we heal the things that we're healing, as we face the things that we're facing, as we're coming into the beings that we are, as we are. It's almost like partially just the fact that like when we don't compromise on that which is not to be compromised on within ourselves, again, like we just attract more of what we want. We encounter more of what we want. We have a stronger filter or a more selective filter. And it's not to be extremely judgy or whatever, but it feels like there is a natural order to how things go. And we're being given opportunities through the work and healing and the awareness, more so the awareness than anything, that we bring to a lot of stuff to just align in ways that, again, are more harmonious and more aligned to align in ways that are more aligned to the alignment that we seek. The Golden Shield, power and authority of fire, the one who sits in the sanctum of splendor, I think, is the one who comes out. What it was? Oh. Oh. Thanks, Murphy. I mean, that sacred cinnabar again. The consummating? I think to consummate is to like come together, right? It's when things sort of like solidify. Everything comes together. Hi, Bixby. Define consummate. We'll see.
I didn't understand that.
Define consummate.
I didn't understand that.
It literally. What is the definition of consummate?
Sure. Here's the definition of consummate. Make a marriage or relationship complete by having sexual intercourse.
It's also complete, make perfect. Yeah. It's not just consummating a marriage or a relationship, but sure, the relationship between you and spirit, go forth and consummate. Oh goodness. I should have asked. Let's compare. Let's compare, shall we? Hey Siri, define consummate.
As a verb, consummate means make a marriage or relationship complete by having sexual intercourse. Do you want to hear the remaining one?
Yes.
As an adjective, it means showing a high degree of skill and flair, complete or perfect.
There you go. Oh, showing a high degree of skill and flair. And then we have this one. The guardian of the sacred flame. We guard our own sacred flames. We become competent and complete in our expression of self. Yeah. And then we consummate our new relationship. It's fine. Just kidding. Oh, well. It's November. Let me stop. I need to stop. It's fine. Well, if it's the consummating, then it is the... Oh, I actually like the consummating in that sense. Because again, it feels like that's a lot of what life is sort of intended to be. That's a lot of what our interactions with spirit, and because of our relationship with spirit, our material experience is. And so maybe it's like this shift in everything, the potentials that are opening and blossoming. It's like consummating again, like our relationship with spirit, with the divine, with ourselves. It's like it's acknowledging that in a way, you know. There we go. Thank you. Oh, it's the captor and the shining flame. The shining flame, embers of the salamander at the bottom of the deck, came out with the captor and the grotesque. 8 of swords, 5 of cups. But again, we have that blood moon in the sky, lunar eclipse is coming. The 5 of cups, the grotesque in this, it's time to embrace ourselves fully. And it's time to stop running or minimizing or diminishing or being afraid of... I put this in the hold up. I put this in the wrong box. I was like, wait a second. These have color. Because it's those very things that make us who we are. And it's those very things that will get us really where we're going. Because as soon as we can like accept those, that's when... Is she corny? I mean, we saw the star in somebody's read. She's like literally waiting right there. In this deck in particular, again, the grotesque is everything that we hide to try to fit in, or so that we're not ostracized or whatever. But again, with that, we are the world and the source energy. It's through us being who we are created, wonderfully, marvelously, and fearfully created to be, that we sit in a position to bring what it is that we need to bring, to contribute what it is that we need to contribute, and to ultimately reap what it is that we desire. So thank you all for being here in this nearly 6-hour live. It's like almost 2 a.m. I hope you all have been amazing. Whenever you see this, I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. And excuse me, I'll catch y'all in the next one. Good night. Bye.